Salve, salve, meus amigos! Sejam todos bem-vindos a mais uma transmissão do nosso canal Matemática com Will.p no segmento WillPTV in Space. Hoje estão trazendo para vocês aí a cobertura especial aí da nova tentativa de lançamento da missão da Cruz 6 NASA Dragon SpaceX. Lembrando então que o lançamento hoje está previsto para acontecer aí às 2h34 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, no Centro de Lançamento Kennedy, no complexo de lançamento número 39A, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida, certo? Então hoje é a missão Cruz 6, NASA Dragon SpaceX. E lembrando, que a missão Starlink foi transferida então para amanhã, a princípio aí amanhã, com o início da nossa transmissão aí por volta das 3h30 da tarde, certo? Será na base de Vandenberg, na Califórnia. E então vamos acompanhar dentro de instantes aí então a nova tentativa da missão da Cruz 6, Nós tivemos aí a nossa primeira tentativa no dia 28, mas como teve aquele problema de scrub, então foi adiada para hoje, então daqui a pouco vamos ter o início então da nossa transmissão aí. Então vamos conhecer, quem não teve a oportunidade, de conhecer então os astronautas que estão participando dessa nova missão da Cruz 6. Vamos então ver os nomes, esses da nova tripulação então que vai ficar a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional por 6 meses, Então são eles, Tá tudo na descrição aí do nosso vídeo, da nossa live. Mas vamos lá. Então, os astronautas da NASA, são dois. É o Stephen Bowen, que é o comandante da missão, e o Warren Hoburg, que é o piloto da missão, conhecido como Wood. Temos também o astronauta dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, que é o primeiro especialista da missão, o Sultan Alneyadi. E o cosmonauta da Rússia, da Roscosmos, o Andrey Fedyaev. Outro especialista da missão, tá certo? Então, lembrando aí vocês de se inscrever no nosso canal, de já curtir a nossa transmissão e de compartilhar também, Aí, lembrando que também a nossa transmissão aí tem o áudio original, também aí para a gente poder acompanhar juntos, junto do pessoal da NASA. Então faltando aí de acordo com o nosso cronograma aí, nosso cronômetro 3 horas e 50 minutos aí para o nosso lançamento. Lembrando que eu sempre vou dar aquela ajustada no nosso cronômetro, por conta do delay e há um pouquinho aí na transmissão, Esperamos que eu consiga dessa vez sem precisar ajustar, mas se for o caso, a gente vai ajustar, tá certo? Meu nome é Pessoa, então sejam todos bem-vindos a mais essa transmissão do nosso canal então Matemática com Will.p no segmento WillPTV in Space, com essa cobertura então especial aí com missão Cruz 6, nova tentativa Launch America. Ok? Sejam todos bem-vindos então a mais essa transmissão, Então quem puder também ajudar financeiramente aí, para o nosso canal subir, aí, ter mais equipamentos legais aí, e tudo mais. Tem o link aí do QR Code, onde você pode fazer então a sua contribuição aí, Só clicar aí montar sua câmera do celular, então no QR Code, e fazer então a sua contribuição, certo? Mas a sua contribuição maior aqui, então, é a sua audiência, A sua audiência já é fundamental aqui para nós, Você deixar o seu like e a sua inscrição e de compartilhar a essa transmissão. Sejam todos bem-vindos aí, então, a mais uma tentativa aí da Cruz 6, da missão NASA Dragon SpaceX, uma nova tripulação para a Estação Espacial Internacional. E aí, portanto, já estamos aí com as imagens ao vivo. Neste momento, vocês podem observar, a tripulação então está fazendo aquela parte então, de checagem final aí dos uniformes, né? E como vocês podem observar também, meu cronômetro está fora, né? 40 segundos abaixo. Aí então vou ter que fazer aquele ajuste no cronômetro, né? Como vocês já conhecem. Deixa eu só fazer aquele ajuste rapidão. Rapidinho. 1 minuto. 1 minuto aí eu já volto com a imagem. Só um instante. É que eu trabalho com um monitor, né? Então aí às vezes eu preciso fazer esse ajuste, né? Porque eu trabalho apenas com um monitor. Aí fica meio ruim aí pra vocês aí, né? Se tivesse 2 monitores ia ficar top. Só fazer um ajuste aí de leve aqui. E voltar. Daqui a pouco ele vai ajustar. Então aí faltando aí 3 horas e 47 minutos para o nosso lançamento de hoje. Pronto, agora sim está ajustado aí. Estamos aí acompanhando o momento então dos preparativos finais aí, né, da checagem então dos uniformes, né, na questão então da personalização, né, dos uniformes, né, e tudo mais. Eles só estão aguardando agora a saída, né, aí do prédio para seguir então no caminho então da plataforma, tá? Acho que eles estão sem áudio lá no local da transmissão aqui. É isso mesmo, eles estão sem áudio lá na transmissão. Então aí a nova tripulação aí bem à vontade aí, né? Como vocês podem observar. Então esses do meio aí são os 2 astronautas da NASA, né? O da ponta direita aí é o astronauta dos Emirados Árabes Unidos. E da esquerda é o cosmonauta russo. Então aí, portanto, a nova tripulação que vai subir. Uma nova tentativa hoje aí. Para a missão então da Cruz 6. NASA Spacex. Então quem está chegando novo no canal, né? Deixa o like e a sua inscrição, né? Vamos lá. Deixa eu só confirmar aqui se tá... Esse problema sou eu. São eles realmente que estão com problema. Então no som, né? Então vamos aqui narrar os fatos que estão acontecendo aí, né? Estamos aí acompanhando então o pessoal que está chegando. A nova tentativa de lançamento da Cruz 6 NASA e SpaceX, né? Com a Dragon. Estamos aí com problema. São eles que estão com problema lá com o áudio lá, tá? Lembrando que o lançamento hoje então está previsto para acontecer às 2h34 da manhã, pelo horário de Brasília, direto do complexo de lançamento número 39A, no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida. É o nosso tempo de missão aí, né? Faltando 3 horas e 44 minutos. E vamos acompanhar então todos os detalhes da missão para vocês, né? Lembrando que eles estão com problema de áudio da transmissão por lá. Certo? Então, que está chegando no novo canal, sejam todos aí bem-vindos. aqui a cobertura especial e completa para vocês, né? Vamos ver se eles conseguem arrumar o áudio deles lá, né? Porque a gente está sem comunicação com eles lá. Então, nesse momento então, são 10 horas e 50 minutos pelo horário de Brasília. Lembrando então para vocês que a missão Starlink, né, na base de Vandenberg, na Califórnia, que seria hoje, foi transferida para amanhã, tá? Nossa live amanhã começa a partir das 3h40 da tarde. A live então para a missão Starlink na base de Vandenberg. Certo? Então aí já tem o pessoal lá já fazendo os preparativos ali, né, na cápsula Dragon, como vocês podem observar ali na plataforma, né, na passarela ali, né, que liga a nave, né. Então nosso veículo de hoje é o Falcon 9, né, pessoal, Falcon 9 aí. Não, o problema é que sem comunicação com eles, como é que eu vou saber se já tá tudo ok, né? Tem que arrumar o áudio deles lá. Faltando então 3 horas e 42 minutos para o lançamento. Então agora 10 horas e 52 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos ao vivo então direto do complexo de lançamento número 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy dos Estados Unidos. Nesse momento então a tripulação já se encontra então no prédio ali que já vimos as imagens mais cedo, né, se preparando então aí com a checagem, né, que eles fizeram então final aí dos uniformes, né, e da parte então de pressurização das roupas, né, tá tudo ok. Agora eles só estão aguardando a liberação para então fazer o ingresso aí para a plataforma de lançamento. Olá, Moisés, seja bem-vindo, bem-vindo. Bienvenido a esta transmisión de hoy. Para ustedes que está llegando ahora, ¿no? Sorry. Então, para ustedes que está llegando a la hora, né? Eu hablo português, né? Pero eu posso tentar hablar un poquito en español, no tiene problema. Aquí mis transmisiones son en portugués. Seja bem-vindo a nuestra transmisión de hoy pela nova tentativa de lançamento da missão da Cruz 6, NASA Spacex, né? Lembrando que a gente está com um pouquinho problema de áudio com a NASA, né? Eles estão sem som na transmissão local deles. Esse é o problema, né? Tá sem áudio. O pessoal já está relatando isso lá, inclusive na transmissão. Não é o meu caso aqui. No meu caso aqui tô com áudio, mas o áudio deles é que não tá, né? E aí eu vou tentando aqui, né, me comunicar com vocês, né, aqui através então dos fatos que está acontecendo, tá certo? Então faltando 3 horas e 38 minutos, né, para o lançamento de hoje. Lembrando que o horário do lançamento de hoje, né, para vocês que estão chegando aí, vai acontecer às 2h34 da manhã no horário de Brasília. Lembrando que é o horário de Brasília, mas no horário internacional, né, que é o horário UTC, será às 5h34 da manhã, tá? Então, lembrando que o lançamento é no Centro Espacial Kennedy, no complexo. Lançamento número 39A. Tá, então quem puder aí deixar o seu like, né, a sua inscrição, né, subscribe e share, né, compartilhe. Ok? Quem ainda puder deixar a sua contribuição aqui, né, no canal, fora esses, né, que eu falei, tem 2 opções, né? Quem é do PR, quem é brasileiro, né, trabalha com Pix, né, quem trabalha com Pix, vocês podem fazer doação aí através do QR Code, né, do Pix. Ou, quem preferir, né, fazer então uma contribuição diferente, aí, né, tem um link da Amazon, né, onde vocês então podem ajudar aí também resgatando algum item aí para melhoria aí das nossas transmissões aí, né? Que horas vai ser lançado? Então, vai ser lançado às 2h34 da manhã, tá? Previsão de lançamento hoje às 2h34 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, lógico, tá? No horário internacional será às 5h34. Isso se nada der problema, né? Isso se tudo for ok, né? Lembrando que a gente está com áudio, a gente está sem áudio ainda lá com a transmissão local. Não sabe o que está acontecendo lá na NASA, né? Mas está sem áudio na transmissão local, tá? Por isso que não se ouve nada, tá? As nossas lives aqui a gente costuma ter o áudio original também, né? Mas a princípio a gente está sem o áudio local, né? Mas o pessoal já está relatando isso na transmissão lá também, tá? Vamos ver se eles conseguem resolver esse problema da transmissão. Vamos ver se eles conseguem ajeitar aí, né? Esse áudio lá, né? É chato, né? Ficar sem o áudio, né? Da transmissão, poxa. Agora que eu percebi aqui, ó. Live comentário vai começar então às 11h10. Daqui a pouquinho. Então o áudio vai entrar daqui a pouquinho às 11h10, tá? Não se preocupe. Agora que eu vi ali o aviso. Então às 11h10 aí já teremos o áudio aí da transmissão, tá? Agora que eu reparei ali. Então nesse momento, 11 horas da noite no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí então acompanhando a missão Cruz 6, NASA e Spacex rumo em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Uma nova tentativa de lançamento. Né? Lembrando que a primeira tentativa de lançamento foi feita no dia 28, na madrugada do dia 28, mas tivemos aquele problema quando faltava 2 minutos e 30 segundos aí para lançar, né? Tivemos aí um scrub, né, inesperado, né? Mas vamos ver se agora hoje vai, né? Vamos torcer para que hoje dê certo aí. Então, de acordo com o nosso cronômetro, faltando 3 horas e 33 minutos para o lançamento. Então, vamos dar uma passada rápida aí mais uma vez, então, nos nomes, né, da tripulação de hoje. Vamos lá? Vocês que estão chegando aí agora e quer saber um pouquinho mais dos nomes da tripulação de hoje, eu vou falar então para vocês quem é cada um para vocês agora. Vamos lá. Então, lembrando que tá aí na descrição também do nosso vídeo, né? O nome, né, de cada tripulante, né, de hoje. Né? Lembrando que são 2 astronautas da NASA, né? O nome deles são o Stephen Bowen, né, que é o comandante da missão, Warren Hoburg, né, conhecido como Wood, que é o piloto da missão, que é o mais alto. E o astronauta dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, né, que é o primeiro especialista da missão, conhecido como, o nome dele é o Sultan Alneyadi. Eu não sei como é que pronuncia o nome dele, mas acredito que seja esse. E o cosmonauta da Roscosmos, né, da Rússia, o segundo especialista da missão é o Andrey Fedyaev, certo? Então essa é a nova tripulação que vai ficar aí 6 meses em órbita na Estação Espacial Internacional a partir de hoje, né? Se der tudo certo aí com o lançamento. Esperamos aí que dê tudo tranquilo aí hoje, né? E lembrando, né, que o pessoal que está chegando novo aí também no canal, né? Fora as nossas lives aí das missões, né? Que nós temos também, né? Temos vídeos, né, relacionados então à parte de matemática e de programação em Python, né? Lembrando que, para quem não me conhece aí, né? Quem está novo aí no canal, eu sou professor de matemática, né? Meu nome é William Pessoa. E aí temos os vídeos aí relacionados então à questão de matemática e programação Python, né? Para quem quer aprender um pouquinho mais aí sobre o mundo da programação. E lembrando, né, que amanhã, né, se tudo der certo lá na Califórnia, né, porque a gente está sofrendo também com clima por lá, nós vamos ter aí marcado a missão Starlink, né, nossa live então lá vai se iniciar às 3h40 da tarde, tá? Amanhã, dia 2. Então, dentro de instantes, nós vamos então já ter contato com áudio direto então com a Flex de lançamento número 39A, Centro Espacial Kennedy, tá? Dentro de instantes. Neste momento, então, faltando aí 3 horas e 29 minutos para o nosso lançamento. Abertura, então, aí especial para a missão da Cruz 6. Nova tentativa, então, de lançamento. Estamos aí com as imagens da passarela que liga a nave Dragon, a cápsula Dragon da Spacex. E podemos observar lá e já tem equipes, né, já trabalhando na cápsula para fazer todos os preparativos finais aí, né, para questão do embarque dos astronautas de hoje. E a nova tripulação, né, só está esperando, aguardando aí a liberação, né, para que eles possam se dirigir então à plataforma de lançamento. Eles estão naquele prédio, né, quem acompanhou mais cedo, né, agora há pouco. A nossa live então se iniciou naquela parte lá onde eles ficam, lá no prédio, né, para fazer então aquele checagem final então dos uniformes, né, da questão então de pressurização, para ver se está tudo ok, se não tem nenhum rasgo, né, essas coisas todas, né, fazendo toda a parte de checagem. E aí então eles só estão fazendo, esperando o aguardo então para sair então desse edifício e se dirigir então para a plataforma de lançamento, né, que estamos vendo ao vivo aí. Lembrando que o horário então do lançamento, para quem está chegando agora, será às 2h34 da manhã, no horário de Brasília, 5h34 no horário internacional. Nesse momento então faltam 3 horas e 27 minutos. Então lembrando que nosso tempo de missão, né, de hoje, né, após o lançamento, a gente vai acompanhar até mais ou menos o tempo de 15, 13 minutos, né? Logo depois da separação da cápsula Dragon, né? E aí quando ele entra no módulo então para seguir a direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Quando ele faz então aquela abertura da tampa, né? Então a gente vai acompanhar aí até esse momento, nessa primeira parte da live, até essa abertura, né, da tampa para fazer então a acoplagem na Estação Espacial Internacional. Eu ainda não tenho a informação do dia que será a acoplagem, tá? Mas assim que eu tiver a confirmação, né, teremos live então para vermos esse momento então da chegada da cápsula Dragon na Estação Espacial Internacional, tá? Ainda não tenho essa informação detalhada aí para vocês, tá? Mas assim que eu tiver, a gente já vai criar o link, né, para a transmissão então desta segunda parte da missão. Então, dentro de instantes, já vamos ter então daqui a pouco a abertura do áudio local, transmissão, para a gente poder então acompanhar juntos mais essa nova tentativa aí de lançamento, né? Cobertura especial da missão Crew 6, Dragon, Spacex e NASA. Já já. 23 horas e 10 minutos no horário de Brasília. E aí, portanto, já estamos aí com áudio. E aí, nesse momento aí, estamos acompanhando a saída, então, dos astronautas, que vai em direção agora à plataforma de lançamento lá no Centro Espacial Kennedy. E aí, portanto, né, já estamos agora com o áudio original, com o áudio da transmissão. Finalmente aí, né, onde podemos acompanhar aí com mais detalhes essa noite de hoje. Nesse momento, então, a tripulação já está saindo, então, daquele prédio, né, onde vimos, e já vai se dirigir, então, à plataforma de lançamento. Três horas e 23 minutos. Sejam todos então bem-vindos a mais uma nova tentativa de lançamento para a nossa missão da Crew 6 NASA Dragon Spacex. Estamos então no complexo de lançamento número 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, na Flórida. Estamos ao vivo.
Back by popular demand. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back, Daryl, and hoping the second time is the charm, and hoping to see my first launch.
Absolutely.
Faltando então 3 horas e 22 minutos para o nosso lançamento de hoje. Lembrando que o horário de lançamento está previsto então para as 2h34 da manhã no horário de Brasília.
Hello Houston and hello Jasmine. And later on, at T-1 hour, we will welcome in Spacex live from Hawthorne, California. But let's begin quickly with a recap of the first launch attempt early Sunday morning. The day started here with the crew signing the mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. They went through the entire process of suit up and transport to the pad where they ingressed into the Dragon capsule. The countdown moved along smoothly until reduced flow in an engine ignition fluid line was detected by the launch team. The launch was scrubbed with less than 3 minutes in the count. The astronauts remained in the capsule until the rocket was completely detanked. A disappointing moment for the astronauts, certainly, Raja.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're obviously like an instantaneous, instant of a little bit of disappointment, but obviously the right, safe thing to do, and the team all knows that, and so they're ready to do it again today, and have learned from all that, and some great lessons learned.
And now we want to focus on the front doors of the astronaut crew quarters, where those astronauts are ready to walk out. We saw them briefly in the window, and they are ready to go, just momentarily. Be doing it for a second time.
Yep, and we see the stickers around the outside, so they got a chance when they came back from the scrub to smack their Crew 6 sticker on the way in, so some extra luck for tonight.
Absolutely.
Então aí estamos aguardando a saída dos astronautas.
We're going to try and give them some more good luck along the way. We'll have more about that later in the show. You see the sign above them with the names of Crew 6.
A tripulação da Crew 6. Estamos aguardando. E aí, portanto, aí estão eles aí, ó. E aí, portanto, eles aí, ó.
Andrey Fedyaev, Hoburg, Bowen.
Então, do meio são os astronautas da NASA, né? Da direita é o astronauta dos Emirados Árabes Unidos e da esquerda é o cosmonauta da Roscosmos. E aí agora nesse momento, né? Estão aí cumprimentando seus familiares, né? Dando aquele último adeus, né? Direção, então. Depois eles vão seguir o rumo em direção à plataforma de lançamento. Então esse aí é o comandante da missão. Esse senhor aí, né? O mais alto é o piloto. E os outros dois são... Esse aí é o especialista da missão, né? Da Roscosmos. Então aí falando com seus amigos e familiares, né? Dando aquele último tchauzinho, né? Antes do lançamento. Mais uma vez.
So Raj, this is the second time they're doing this. What's the kind of the mindset now as you see your family now for the second time?
It's actually kind of nice because you get a little bit of time in between that scrub and this time to have, you build up to a lot of it thinking you're not going to have a whole lot of time, and then you get a little bit of extra time with your family. And I misspoke. That wasn't Pam Muller, there's Katie Maynard down there. But yeah,
nós vamos acompanhar então todos os momentos aí do lançamento de hoje. Faltam então menos de 3 horas e 18 minutos para o lançamento.
And you were able to have some communication with the commander during the downtime. What did he say about kind of their mindset?
Well, so Steve commented that this is, essentially all in a day's life. Woody pointed out that this is almost like a free training sim for them. So, and that's kind of one of the reasons we saw them ahead of timeline tonight in the suit-up room. Is
quem tá chegando agora novo, quem ainda não é inscrito no canal, pode dar aquela forcinha aí na inscrição aí. Faltam só 3 inscritos aí pra gente chegar à marca de 290. Dá aquela forcinha. Please, please. Subscribe.
Yep, and now you can see Administrator Nelson there, the bottom right, and then Bob Cabanas.
Subscribe and like and share.
Kelvin Manning to his right, the Deputy Kennedy Center Director.
3 horas e 17 minutos para o lançamento.
A sign of the importance of this mission to have all the headquarters folks come down here, stay down here. The crew's not the only ones who stays down here between scrubs; they do too. So it's all hands on deck.
So the second Tesla, the doors are closed for the commander and the pilot for the mission, and behind them the mission.
E agora eles vão se dirigir então aos carros da Tesla para então seguir ao transporte em direção à plataforma de lançamento.
They take some of the closeout team with them on the way to the pad. And take a look at the license plate. We saw this last time. Crew Dragon with a number 6 for the G.
Yeah, and this time I know. So last time I was surprised to find out that it changes each time. I was thought that it always said send it with a 3, but it turns out that was only for Crew 3. So
Crew 3 was a special mission. Maybe not special enough for to put it on every single.
Maybe I've been watching that video too much. You see Nora is at the back of that third car. She's in the new class of astronaut candidates from the UAE. Training with what we call the Flies, which is the 2021 class.
Yes. New partnership with the UAE for commercial crew. And now the families get to go up to the window.
Quem ainda puder ajudar aí na contribuição financeira, né? Temos aí o Pix no nosso canal. Ou, quem preferir, tem um link aí da Amazon, né? Vocês podem então estar ajudando aí com algum item, né? Para melhoria da transmissão. Lembrando que a transmissão de hoje é somente pelo YouTube, né? Ainda por enquanto, né? Já que eu tenho baixa memória no computador, né? Não posso fazer transmissão simultânea no YouTube, na Twitch. Mas futuramente eu farei transmissão em simultânea YouTube e Twitch. Nesse momento então são 23 horas e 20 minutos no horário de Brasília. Estamos acompanhando a nova tentativa de lançamento da missão Crew 6 NASA Dragon Spacex. Então agora nesse momento é que a tripulação então já está seguindo o rumo à plataforma de lançamento de número 39A no Centro Espacial Kennedy, nos Estados Unidos.
And they're firing
vão
up the
eles.
playlists right now, Raj, as you know. In that first car, if you want to look up these songs and get the vibe of what they're listening to, well, Stephen and Woody are listening to Traveling Band by Creedence Clearwater.
Nós vamos aí acompanhar todo o trajeto aí até a plataforma de lançamento.
The Space Traveler's Lullaby by Kamasi. He's an American jazz saxophonist.
Todos os detalhes da missão a gente acompanha aqui ao vivo.
And then in the second car,
E com áudio, né?
quite a playlist as well.
Mais legal.
What did you listen to?
So this is it was a collaboration. So Tom and I were in the first car, and then Kayla and Matthias had a mix of U.S. and German songs. So it's like you said, it's kind of the emotional setup for the ride. I think the other benefit of Scrub is we had the benefit of having multiple trips out there. Is that the person who's your DJ has a chance to actually zero in the songs. And so Melissa, who's our chief trainer at SpaceX, actually took the time while we were in quarantine to like mix together like a 2021 version of a mixtape, so that we could just play it on the iPod they had in there and time it so that exactly as we were pulling up, we were
Finished with the list?
Yeah, exactly. So we had a mix of everything from Blue Light Orchestra to some Guns N' Roses. Yeah, a little bit of some huge accent. It was a pretty good mix. Actually, Tom and I think Kayla and Matthias, in the travel back and forth to SpaceX and back and forth to different training locations, that's how we sort of sussed out what's on that playlist. I'm sure they did the same for tonight.
End with a great finish of the song. As we just saw there, we have, of course, permission to go through those stoplights with the full security escort. And hey, folks, listen, Raja has some great insight into spaceflight, what it takes to be an astronaut, how he got there. If you want to ask some questions, we want to invite you to participate. If you'd like to ask him a question over the next 3 hours, jump on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA.
Então vamos lá, né? Estamos ao vivo.
Hearing from you, and I know Raja really enjoyed answering the questions the other night, and he'll do it again. Let's introduce you now to
Lembrando então que o horário de lançamento hoje é às 2h34 da manhã, no horário de Brasília. Certo? Faltando então 3 horas 11 minutos. Então tá aí a tripulação de hoje, né? O Stephen Bowen, né, que é o comandante da missão. Comandante então da Crew 6, Stephen Bowen.
Delivered an integrated cargo carrier and a Russian mini research module. He has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours and 18 minutes in 7 spacewalks. He's the wily old veteran, and today he's the commander of Crew 6, a position you know well.
I do, yeah, and it's a great position for him to be in. Like you mentioned, he's got some serious experience and street cred, and much like Tom Marshburn on my flight.
Importante é a tripulação já se encontra então se dirigindo à plataforma de lançamento neste momento.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoburg.
O próximo da tripulação é o piloto Warren Hoburg, é o astronauta da NASA, que é o mais alto aí da missão de hoje.
Crew 6 will be Hoburg's first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut in 2017. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument,
Ele é conhecido como
multi-engineering. As pilot for Crew 6, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Aboard the station, he will serve as an Expedition 68 and 69 flight engineer.
And his most important role is to continue the presence of turtles on the space station. So what he also commonly referred to as the smartest turtle, but also the most humble one.
3 horas e 10 minutos no horário de tempo de missão aí, faltando para o lançamento.
Just heard the core call for countdown timing for the crew arrival, but yeah, all those things Woody's done by themselves would be amazing, let alone in combination.
In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan
E o primeiro especialista da missão é dos Emirados Árabes Unidos, Sultan Alneyadi.
To be part of Expedition 68-69. The father of 5 spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. You're familiar with flying with with a bunch of rookies.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And can't understate how important this is. The first UAE astronaut going up on a U.S. commercial vehicle to the U.S. segment of the station. This is amazing. The fruit, coming to fruition of a long partnership and a lot of work to get us here.
We saw a shot of
E o
the
nosso
vehicle
segundo
assembly building dead
especialista da
ahead,
missão,
and, they'll get up,
nós
take
vamos
that right-hand
apresentar aí
turn and go
também,
right by it. Talking about the mission
é o
specialist,
cosmonauta
also the first trip to
russo
space for
da
the second
Roscosmos,
mission specialist,
o
Roscosmos
Andrey
cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev.
Fedyaev.
Andrey was selected as a cosmonaut back in 2012. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. And once on board station, he will be a flight engineer for expeditions 68 and 69.
Yeah, and great to have Andrey
Então,
on board.
portanto, está aí a nossa tripulação aí apresentada de
She
hoje.
knows him and just has just an amazingly big heart, and it's going to be a joy to work with on the space station.
Missed getting into space on his 42nd birthday the other day, but I'm sure he'll take a belated birthday present in the form
Faltando
of
então
launch
3 horas e 8
I'm sure they had
minutos.
some extra cake back at crew quarters for him afterwards. So we also got to break in. We mentioned last time, it's the first time they're using the black Teslas.
Estamos
versus
então
the white
acompanhando o
Teslas.
trajeto da
So,
tripulação
maybe crew 60,
rumo
maybe
à plataforma de lançamento
extra time
39A
count
do
for their
Centro
second trip
Espacial
out there.
Kennedy.
So there's definitely some room to be filled on these wind chills, and maybe hide some stickers at a few places where they find after the fact.
Yeah, those stickers will, get to go on those Teslas for the first time since SpaceX told us they're expanding their fleet of ride-out vehicles.
And we know they're getting close because I can hear the helicopter.
There it is, passing overhead as they pass in front of the Kennedy Space Center VAB and just a few feet away from the turn basin. And while we're looking at the VAB, the home of the Artemis 1 mission and all Artemis missions, it's a good time to talk about what happened at the turn basin the other day. They're getting ready to pass by that body of water.
Então quem está chegando novo aí no canal, né, que ainda não é inscrito, deixa a sua inscrição. Faltam só 2 para chegar a marca aí de 290 inscritos no canal. Quem ainda não se inscreveu, deixa o subscribe, please.
Let's get an update about what happened out there in our Moon Minute.
E aí, minuto Artemis.
Engineers are preparing for Artemis 2. The mission will send 4 astronauts on a trip around the moon in 2024.
Lembrando que nós fizemos a transmissão da cobertura Artemis, né? Que foi feita lá na Twitch.
After splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. This black full-scale replica
Foi uma cobertura incrível que foi feita no ano passado aí. Tudo transmitido lá por lá pela Twitch.
Where it was floated on the water and tested. Crews practiced opening the hatch and installing an inflatable porch, an important piece of equipment to make sure astronauts can be recovered safely. If needed, adjustments will be made, and then it will be shipped to San Diego, where NASA and the Navy can perform recovery tests in the Pacific Ocean.
E aí, portanto, temos o nosso minuto Artemis. Lembrando que a missão Artemis é aquela missão que vai levar o homem de volta à Lua, né? Ainda não conhece. E aí, antes daquela missão Artemis, né? Foi lançada também aquela missão da Capstone, né, que também eu transmiti lá na Twitch na época, ano passado também, e foi junto com a Rocket Lab, né, onde então a sonda da Capstone já se completou aí um ano, né, mais de um ano, se não me engano, ou 100 dias. Acho que foi 100 dias, né, que foi completada aí a missão da Capstone. E ela está fazendo então toda o trabalho de mapeamento da superfície lunar. E fora essa missão da Capstone, também nós tivemos aí acompanhando também a missão da Hakuto, né, aquela missão japonesa com a sonda Hakuto, que foi lançada pela SpaceX. E também
Soyuz is
está
flown up there, but in the
circundando
interim,
a órbita
NASA
lunar,
always has a
né?
backup
E
plan. And
já
so
tem
the
previsão
astronaut that grew up on the
para o
Soyuz,
pouso da
had
sonda,
a ride
que
to
será no
go
mês de
home
abril,
if it was
né,
there.
mês que
That's
vem.
right. Yeah. So we always talk about the next worst failure when we're looking as kind of the mindset we have at Johnson Space Center.
Então, mês que vem aí teremos o pouso da sonda
Hakuto,
Hakuto,
a
missão japonesa,
now
lá
have
na
another
Lua.
Soyuz up there, and so now back to what I would call more nominal ops.
As the caravan passes the security gate at the Launch Complex 39, let's check in now for the first time with Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and that's where we find Courtney Beasley with an update from Mission Control. Good evening, Courtney.
Então agora vamos ter aí algumas atualizações, né, da missão de controle da missão em Houston.
Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission Control is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space
E aí,
Station.
portanto, estamos
working
vendo
closely with
ainda
our partner agencies and
a
providers
tripulação
around
então
the
se
globe.
dirigindo
Together, we've ensured the
à
station is
plataforma de
ready to
lançamento,
welcome
né,
crew
número
6.
39A,
Leading the team inside
do
the room
Centro
right now is
Espacial
Dr.
Kennedy.
Judd Freeling. He will also lead the joint NASA SpaceX Go No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with Mission Controls here
Faltando
in
então
Houston
3 horas e
and
3
at SpaceX in
minutos.
Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. Meanwhile, the crew
Né,
aboard the
lembrando
space
que
station is
essa
currently in a
tripulação,
sleep
né,
period
de
set to
hoje
wake
vai
up
ficar a
around
bordo da
midnight Central Time.
Estação
When
Espacial
we check back in
Internacional
later,
por
we'll
6
talk a little
meses.
more about what the crew on the International Space Station has been doing to prepare for Crew
E
6.
dentro
For
da
now, we'll send it
da
back to the
carga,
team
né, que
over
tá
at Kennedy. Daryl.
na cápsula Dragon, né, tem aí a bordo também 200 experimentos vão ser levados também a bordo, né, a Estação Espacial Internacional. E aí, portanto, eles já estão chegando aí à plataforma de lançamento, como vocês podem observar.
So this is inside the pad perimeter. It's inside the blast danger area.
Yep, and you see him going by what's called the horizontal integration facility. So you saw him drive by the VAB, which is the vertical assembly building we use for Artemis. SpaceX actually integrates their vehicle horizontally.
Portanto, estão eles aí já dentro da plataforma de lançamento.
That's how it goes out on the transport erector launcher there.
E aí já podemos ver já de pertinho aí o nosso Falcon 9.
Capsule and the trunk inside that vehicle and roll it up the tracks there, and then the TEL lifts it up into position on the pad. And a cool view there from the lead Tesla with that out the window view as they're coming up.
Gotta love that as we're looking at the base of the rocket. And you know, recapping again the issue from Sunday night, there was a problem with actually a clogged drain line for the TTAB system. This is the
Nesse momento, então, são 23 horas e 33 minutos.
There, the base of the rocket, to make sure that each of the engines of the Falcon 9 lights up.
Faltando então aí 3 horas e 1 minuto para o lançamento. Espero que hoje vá, né?
To light those engines, so they scrubbed. Rajli later found out that there was a clogged filter in one of the engine lines, and so they changed the filter. They blew out the lines with gaseous nitrogen, cleaned them all out, and now it's up and running great.
Yeah, so it's great news. So, yeah, the TTAB in super simple terms is kind of like the spark plug.
Então parece que hoje está tudo já ok, né, para o lançamento, né? Foi trocado então um filtro que deu problema, né, na vez anterior, né? E aí foi limpo e trocado, então parece que está tudo ok para hoje. 3 horas. Tempo de missão 3 horas para o lançamento.
But ultimately, the safe and as proved out, the right thing to do was to call the launch and do what's absolutely safest for the crew. We talked a lot last time.
Crew have arrived at the pad.
So you just heard the core call.
Nesse momento, então, confirmada que a tripulação já se encontra na plataforma de lançamento.
Setting up displays who aren't watching the 4K stream know what's going on.
That's right.
But yeah, so that
They
TTAB,
would know if they were watching.
Exactly. Hopefully they're not watching.
Right.
But yeah, so the TTAB, again, if there's ever a doubt, you know, we do have protocols for, like, is it a bad telemetry or just one bad sensor? But in this case, there's a few indications that there was something wrong, and they made the right call to stand
Então,
down
quem puder aí ajudar se inscrevendo no canal, né? Só faltam 2 inscritos. Já chegamos aí à marca de 290. É daquela forcinha
and you could find out there's a problem with the
Joguei.
sensor, like you mentioned. But in this case, it literally
Nosso
was
canal tem
an
mais
issue that they were
relevância
able
aí.
to identify and then quickly correct. And so we're excited to light them up tonight. Crew 6 and NASA and SpaceX. This is our 6th crew rotation to the International Space Station since 2020. This successful NASA program is called Commercial Crew, and it's based right here
Lembrando
at the
que
Kennedy Space
amanhã,
Center.
né, pro dia
Jasmine
2
Hopkins now joins
de
us
março,
live,
né,
one
está
of the
previsto
leaders
para
of this
acontecer
program.
a missão Starlink
Thank you
na
so
base de
much,
Vandenberg,
Daryl. We are back
Califórnia,
tonight.
né, que seria hoje.
The operations support
Era para ter
building
sido
number
hoje,
2
mas
here at Kennedy Space Center
foi
right now.
adiado
We're so
devido a
glad to be
problemas
joined
com o
by
clima
Kathy
lá, né,
Ayers,
na
the
Califórnia.
Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate. Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening.
Mas hoje
So
aqui a
happy to
missão
be
tá
here.
tudo
Of
ok,
course, we are
pronto
happy
para
to
hoje.
have you. This is round 2.
Hoje
As
vai.
you said earlier, a second time the
Aqui.
charm. But really, let's talk about that seriously, that we prioritize safety here at NASA. We only launch when we're ready, right?
Yes, and there's it kind of seems like a cliche because we say it over and over. Space flight's hard. We say it's really, really hard. But when you look at all the things that have to be done perfectly to make sure we're flying safely, it is hard. And it's that attention to
2 horas e
detail
58
that
minutos
makes us
para o lançamento, hein?
ensure that we're
Falta
flying our
pouco.
crews safely. And so you just got to step through it carefully, and I tell the team,
Né, lembrando que
one step
naquela
at a time. And,
vez anterior, né, que
sometimes
nós
we
transmitimos,
can be
né,
almost
tivemos
at
aquele
that,
scrub faltando
5-yard
2
line,
minutos e
seeing
30
the
segundos
goal in
para o
sight like
lançamento,
we
né?
were, early Monday
Mas
morning.
hoje
Um,
vai.
and you can have a clogged filter, and you just got to stop and say, okay, we're not ready to go fly today, and we're going to
Então o filtro que deu problema, né, como ela tá falando, já foi trocado e foi limpo. E agora tudo pronto. Tudo por conta de filtro.
And so we're going to stop and make sure we've got this all figured out and then come back and fly again. I think it is a real testimony to the team.
It really is, Kathy. And as you said, spaceflight is hard, but we have been just pushing forward with the Commercial Crew program. As Daryl said earlier, this is the 6th crew rotation flight from NASA and SpaceX to the space station. What do you think of that cadence from the Commercial Crew program?
Well, this is near and dear to my heart. And so obviously, as the ex-Commercial Crew program manager, I'm awfully proud of the way the team has, and not only the 6th crew rotation mission, but really the 7th mission with also doing demo too. In March of 2020, as we were kind of in our campaign getting ready for the demo flight.
Então lembrando que também, talvez para esse mês ou para abril, né, nós vamos ter aí o teste do Super Rave, né, o teste de voo completo aí do Super Rave. Ou para esse mês agora ou para abril.
Extremely proud of the team.
Yeah, and it really does seem like almost surreal that we've come this far. And of course, we're working very closely with SpaceX on this mission, but we're adding more partners to this. What are we doing for the commercialization of low Earth orbit?
Well,
2 horas e 56 minutos para o lançamento.
It's just going to be incredible for the International Space Station. I mean, it's a really busy port for a lot of vehicles coming up. So obviously we've got, Crew 6 coming up, but then we've got another SpaceX cargo mission also coming up.
Que estamos ao vivo, hein?
And that's paving the way for our Boeing first crewed flight test vehicle that will be coming up in end of April. And then we have Axiom 2, our 2nd private astronaut mission. And following that, 2 more cargo vehicles in the next 4 or 5 months. So there's no rest for the wicked, and these people must be very wicked because they're not getting a break or not much of a break in here. But honestly, this is what we dreamed that the space station program would be doing at this stage. We dreamed that we'd be having cargo vehicles and crew vehicles because this is when we get to maximize the use and the science that's created on the International Space Station.
Right, we really are living the dream. It's a dream to be at NASA at this time. And we've been at this for a very long time, actually. The space station is going into its 22nd year. What do you think of America's continuous presence on the space station?
Well, we always talk about not only staying on the space station, but not giving up our presence in low Earth orbit. And so, not only are we preparing for the next 8 to 10 years with the space station, but we're also preparing
Então, lembrando
for
que essa
R&D
missão de
trips
hoje
in low
é a
Earth
missão
orbit
que vai em
with
direção
commercial
à Estação
destination.
Espacial
And
Internacional,
so we
né?
have
A
a
nova
lot of
tripulação
work that we
que
have
vai ficar
planned
6
to do on the
meses
space station,
a
but we
bordo,
also have
então,
a lot
da
of work that we
Estação
need to
Espacial
continue to do on our
Internacional.
commercial LEO destinations to get us ready to buy down the human risks that we have for our exploration missions. There's really no other place except for LEO to really be buying down those crew risks, and we need to have those risks bought down for us to really be able to do another long duration flight like a mission to Mars will be.
Exactly. And we're just looking forward to the moon, forward onto Mars. Kathy, thank you so much for being here tonight.
No, thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and great words from Kathy Leaders there. If you're just joining us, well, you're watching live coverage of NASA's and SpaceX's mission known as Crew 6. Good evening and
Falta
welcome
pouco,
to
hein,
Kennedy
pessoal?
Space Center
Faltam
in Florida.
2 horas e
I'm Daryl
53
Mail, along with a
minutos.
recent flyer on a SpaceX Dragon, and that is Crew 3 Commander Rajachari. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be back. And
E aí,
another
portanto, a
chance,
tripulação, né,
the Crew 6 on
já
the ground.
se encontra aí na plataforma de lançamento, dando aquela olhadinha no veículo, a olhadinha clássica do veículo. E agora eles vão fazer o ingresso, né? Ou melhor, o embarque. Então eles vão subir em dupla. Então a primeira dupla são os astronautas da NASA, é o comandante e o piloto. Lembrando que o Falcon 9, então, hoje tem altura de 70 metros de altura, né, o veículo.
How cool was that to reach over and press space?
That's awesome to be able to hit the destination.
E aí agora eles vão fazer a parte então do embarque.
At the top of the elevator, so they pop out here and then they walk up a floor. You can see there's the graded floors, or for if in the event of an emergency egress, they douse this whole thing with a whole bunch of water, so you don't have to get slippery. So that's why they're graded floors, so the water can actually flow through.
E aí agora estamos vendo aí os outros astronautas, né, fazendo, são os especialistas na missão, né, fazendo o mesmo movimento. E agora eles vão subir também no elevador para fazer então o procedimento de embarque.
Yeah, it's amazing. Reed Wiseman, who's the former chief of the office, likes to say that Nick is a unicorn. He's pretty much the only person, right now that's, well, he's been to space twice, even though he only won one mission. This is the first time they aborted. They actually ballistically went into orbit, so he counts that as 2, rightfully so. Okay. But yeah, that's really, really unusual. I don't think there's anyone else in the office that's been through a launch abort, which, as we know, the commercial crew
Portanto, né,
program has that requirement. So we've got
os
that
especialistas na missão fazendo então o ingresso aí no elevador, né, para subir a plataforma de embarque.
You notice tonight everything's going faster, which is a testament to the fact that we practiced this once. So they're, now this is the second time the team's doing this.
O pessoal que está chegando agora novo aí no canal, né, estamos acompanhando a missão Crew 6 NASA Dragon Spacex. O horário de lançamento de hoje é às 2h34 da manhã pelo horário de Brasília.
Waiting for the mission specialists, and here they come.
So they'll head up the stairs as well. You saw Woody and Steve were just starting to make their phone calls. We talked the last time that one of the other jobs. So Nick Hague,
e quem é novo no canal, né, que ainda não se inscreveu, se inscreva, né, dá aquela forcinha aí, curtindo também a nossa transmissão, e quem puder compartilhar em suas redes sociais aí, né, para que mais pessoas possam conhecer aí o nosso canal, né, faça, compartilhe. Lembrando que aqui no nosso canal é um dos poucos que tem o áudio da transmissão, né? Então, gosto de acompanhar com o áudio também junto. Venha pra cá.
When they go onto the spacecraft, they're walking against the chevrons, but those chevrons are meant for in a low visibility egress, as I mentioned, the water.
Gosta de ouvir o ronco dos motores?
So you can look down.
Só chegar aqui.
Pointing you to the egress baskets, which on the far left side of the screen just kind of went out of view, but you can see where these slide wires are at. And that's how you would get down to the ground. Now you can just see them on the left side. Yeah. They're like a super fun zip line ride that you would get into a basket and then go down.
Portanto, né, a tripulação já se encontra ali só aguardando a liberação da passarela para então fazer o embarque
most key, like how many people are still on the pad, because as the crew, if it's just 4 of you,
cápsula
that's
Dragon.
relatively easy, but if the closeout crew is there, you got to make sure you count baskets and people to make sure everyone gets down to the ground.
Want to have a full head count
Exactly.
of everybody who's
you don't
out
want
there.
to leave anyone up there. Yep.
Right.
So it looks like they're cycling through the phone calls now.
This is the view looking towards the crew access arm. It is behind the black door. So when they wrap up their call there,
estão aguardando apenas agora a liberação, né, para então fazer a entrada
first 2 astronauts make their way
para então a cápsula Dragon.
Across the crew access arm and begin to ingress to the Dragon spacecraft.
And besides the fact they've done this twice, the other reason things go a little quicker is
Poxa, só falta um inscrito só pra gente completar a marca de 290, hein? Seria top, hein?
So some of those things that take a little bit of time that are baked into the timeline don't have to be redone. So you can see
Faltam então 2 horas e 48 minutos para o lançamento. E aí, portanto, aí estão eles. O comandante e o piloto. São os primeiros a embarcar na cápsula Dragon. Como eles já fizeram a assinatura, né, na vez passada, então essa parte eles vão pular aí, né, já que eles já fizeram a assinatura na vez passada.
You know, through the slip and through the scrub retiming, all the shifts at SpaceX and at Houston actually all stayed on the same timeline, so they could be all the same people.
That's Arthur Berrialt, the crew operations resource engineer with SpaceX. That's his voice coming over.
You can see the ninjas helping get their, those are the shoe protectors, the boot guards coming off.
Yep.
So it protects for 2 things. FOD in the capsule is one thing, but the other thing is there's slots in the bottom of those heels, and that's what actually, when you see them get in, you'll see them put their foot up and then down, almost like putting on a ski boot type thing, where it locks in, and that's what keeps your
Eu estou fazendo aqui a última checagem, né, para ver se está tudo ok com os uniformes. E agora, nesse momento, então, o comandante faz o embarque na cápsula Dragon. E agora é a vez do piloto.
Arthur calling the ingress has started.
Temos aí dado início à parte então do embarque.
So here's the question. Space Brandon on Twitter asks, he's referencing to the
E fazendo aquela ligagem então no rádio, né? Fazendo contato então com o rádio dizendo que está tudo ok. Então essa é a voz do comandante.
Out the Dragon window, you don't really see getting in because as you saw as they crawl in, their head is towards the seats, and then when you flip around, you can see the white room and that crew access arm kind of blocks the view out the 2 windows there, which you can see if you look at Ninja 10 to their right and left, you can see the Dragon windows.
Faltando então 2 horas 45 minutos e 30 segundos para o lançamento.
Loud and clear, seat 3, how me?
Agora só aguardando aí a liberação para os especialistas da missão, né? O cosmonauta russo e o astronauta dos Emirados Árabes Unidos. Para também fazer o procedimento de embarque.
Kind of hang off the edge. Don't do it too far. But yeah, it is pretty amazing. And seeing the clouds and the water, I think, is what's most distinctly different. So on Earth, you can see the actual individual waves and the clouds moving in space. You definitely can't see that level of detail. So yeah, trying to take all that in, I don't think you really appreciate it until you come back and see that same thing.
And we can see Nick Hague now taking cell phone shots of Sultan as he's on the phone, which a good fellow astronaut does.
And you heard Woody and Steve checking in with Arthur. Those are just the initial comm checks. We'll do much more intensive ones later, but that's just to make sure that when they connect their umbilical, that it's
E aí
fully
estão
seated. So if you get a good comm check,
eles.
you know that the little pins that connect that loop are good.
E aí vem eles aí, ó. Os especialistas da missão. Os Emirados Árabes Unidos e o Cosmonauta da Roscosmos.
Beautiful shot from high above looking into the crew access arm as they make their way aboard Dragon. And while we're watching the mission
Esse aí
specialist,
então dos Emirados Árabes Unidos
another social question which is relevant.
e o outro atrás da Roscosmos, da Rússia. Fazendo também aquela checagem final aí dos uniformes, para ver se tá tudo ok.
What's the mobility like on the pressure suit while walking around? It's actually fine. It's just a
E
little.
também como eles já fizeram a parte da assinatura na vez anterior, né? Então essa parte eles não irão fazer. Já foi feita na tentativa anterior de lançamento.
Inside the helmet as opposed to the entire helmet moving. So it's just more a matter of not straining your neck.
It's like traction almost.
Yeah.
It's just a mild traction.
Yeah, and it can get hot, so you don't do a whole lot of action unless you have cooling attached to you, especially with the weather here. But compared again, this
Faltando
is
então aí 2 horas e 42 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento. Lembrando que o horário de lançamento hoje é às 2h34 da manhã.
That would be a way different story, and you probably would not be able to walk on Earth gravity, as it weighs upward of 300-400 pounds, whereas this one is meant to be able to move around. When it is inflated, it's meant to be in the seat. So if it was pressurized, it's not meant to be moving around in the cabin with it, because you don't really have joint mobility. So it's meant to be restrained by the straps and in the seats to be fully functional in a depressed scenario.
There go our 2 mission specialists with the duck as they cross the hatch, being very careful not to touch or hit the edges of that hatch, because that seal is so very important to maintaining a good seal when they pressurize the cabin in space. And now our cameraman will go inside. Or wait.
So those are the crew satchels. You saw those white bags. Woody and Steve's are already on their leg. There's a little loop under there that the ground techs help connect for them. See Sultan and Andrey hooking in their umbilicals. So
e aí, portanto, a tripulação já se encontra a bordo da cápsula Dragon Spacex.
And it's worth noting for those who follow very closely that SpaceX is now doing some of their checks and operations in parallel rather than sequentially. It could end up sequentially, but they're aiming for parallel, and that will reduce the total time of the operation starting right now by about 27 minutes.
Core, this is MS2, C4. How to read me? Com check.
Doing comm checks even as they're getting seated.
Loud and clear from seat
E
4.
aí agora eles estão checando o sistema de comunicação, né? Pra ver se tá ok.
Encore MS1, com check.
And loud and clear, MS1 from seat 1. How me?
Fazendo então o check do rádio.
And a great view of Andrei's buckle there. So it's a 5-point harness. The crew can totally do it on their own, but just to save wear and tear on the suits, a lot of times the ground crew will help with doing that. And that way it makes sure it's really cinched down. So the way each on that circular harness around his waist, each of the waist straps and then the leg and the shoulders connect into a slot, and then to get out,
Faltando então 2 horas e 40 minutos para o lançamento.
Similar to a harness in a jet?
Right, it's actually very similar to like an F-35 harness. Yep, same kind of design.
Estamos ao vivo aí
Roger, of course you flew
a
the
missão
F-35
Cruz 6,
and the
nova tentativa de
F-16
lançamento
Not F-16. No,
Okay,
terrible.
sorry.
para a Estação Espacial Internacional.
F-15E and then F-35. Yeah.
F-35, okay.
Don't worry, it's okay for people who fly the
Então, nesse momento, a tripulação da Cruz 6 já se encontra a bordo da cápsula Dragon da SpaceX.
F-35 certainly the tip of the spear when it comes to the Air Force, and you were involved with that program for a while.
I was, yep. I think the only job I would have left that job for was this job. So.
We're glad you're here. Had an incredibly successful Crew 3 mission. You were the commander of, and you had some great
lembrando
astronauts
então
along
que
with
o
you.
horário do lançamento é às
Yeah, so flew with,
2h34, hein?
Tom Marshburn was our pilot. He had been on a shuttle on a Soyuz, so just a great asset to have some wide breadth. Caleb Barron, a classmate of mine, also
Fellow turtle.
submariner. Yeah, fellow turtle, submariner.
Yes.
And so following in Steve's footsteps, and then Matthias Maurer from ESA, the German astronaut, his first space flight as well. And just awesome to get to work with all of them. It was, it was the time of our life up there, honestly.
And for those who
Então estamos terminando aí a parte do procedimento de embarque
It's the class of turtles, right? When you
da tripulação.
into being an astronaut.
Right, so
Em instantes, então, vamos ter aí o procedimento do fechamento da escotilha.
The tradition in the astronaut office is the previous class names the incoming class. So we were named the Turtles by the 2013 class, somewhat as a
derogatory
yes,
term?
it was, I think slightly derogatory. It meant to be slow, but we took it as quite the compliment. So when the vice president announced our class in 2017, he made the analogy that when he grew up, if you saw a turtle on a fence post, you knew it didn't get there by itself. So
Eu queria também a inscrição de vocês, hein? Quem ainda não é inscrito, se inscreva. Faltam só uma inscrição aí pra gente completar 290, né? E puder aí, subscribe, please.
Yeah, we definitely did not get here by ourselves, and so we love the turtle term, and proud to be sending Woody up there to continue the. Kathy mentioned a continuous U.S. presence in space. Since for 22 years we've had a continuous turtle presence in space since 2021. So.
Which is, of course, worth mentioning.
Exactly. The more important stat.
And I had also heard that, poignantly, Turtles was fitting because when you graduated, it was Hurricane Harvey.
That's right. Yeah, when we showed up,
put
actually,
a lot of water down in the Houston area.
That was also.
E lembrando mais uma vez que a missão Starlink, que seria hoje, né? Está previsto então para amanhã, dia 2. Partindo então das 3h40 da tarde. Transmissão também ao vivo no nosso canal. 2h37 para o lançamento.
On the 3 main zippers, there's a white tooth that they're looking for, and you get a 2-person check. So the person that does it looks for it, and then someone else visually verifies that white tooth is visible, which guarantees that the pressure garment is sealed.
Get that good seal, critical safety component for these suits.
A princípio, então, tá tudo ok aí para o lançamento. Estamos aí acompanhando todos os detalhes da missão de hoje da Crew 6, Dragon, SpaceX e NASA.
And did he teach you something in German during your 6 months in space?
Oh yeah, we definitely miss Matthias. One of the weird things when you come back is you spend your work day together and your downtime together for 6 months, and then when we came back.
Muito obrigado, gente. Conseguimos aí atingir a marca de 290 inscritos. Muito obrigado, gente, pelo apoio. Muito obrigado. De coração aí pelo apoio de todos vocês, pela sua audiência, né? Pelos likes, pelas suas inscrições. Muito obrigado.
I think he had his birthday up there, so we definitely learned that. And honestly, I forgot.
Aos 1000, hein?
Honestly, I forgot it.
Aos 1000, ainda a gente vai chegar aos 1000, hein? Muito obrigado, gente, pelo apoio, viu? Agradeço demais aí de coração, de todo mundo aí. Thanks for all for your subscribes and your likes and your shares. Thank you for everything.
It tends to slip away, yeah?
Your support.
So again, way ahead of schedule here. So normally on the timeline the crew is using, but 2:35 prior to launch would be crew ingress, and you can see they're already pretty much there already.
2h35 para o lançamento. Estamos chegando próximos, hein?
Loops on their straps. They're meant so that the crew can find those and pull them tight. So that gives them leverage to pull down and tighten the restraints. And so there's 4 of them, 2 for their shoulders, and then you can see, like Woody, you can see a little bit of better example down underneath his hands. You can see there's kind of a grouping of 4 of them. So 2 for his shoulders, 2 for the legs, and there's also toe loops, which you can kind of
Hoje
see on
vai, hein,
Steve's.
pessoal.
You can see him up near like where the
Hoje eu tenho confiança
top
que
of his
vai.
foot. And those,
Vai dar
we
tudo
talked about
certo.
sliding your foot into that restraint, and then the loop goes over that you then tighten with those straps. So that's basically what they're doing now, is checking each one of those four on all four crew, and making sure that they're not too tight, especially for their feet, and completely restrained on their shoulders.
That was a great shot. We
Meia-noite no horário de Brasília. Meia-noite. Faltando então 2 horas e 34 minutos exatos aí para o nosso lançamento, hein?
Just how tight that space is.
Nossa, que emoção, hein, pessoal. 2 horas exatos. 2 horas e 34 minutos exatos.
Currently, no issues are in work at the moment. Earlier this evening, around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, there was a hydraulic leak detected out
Lembrando
at
que
the pad.
todos os detalhes
It
da
was
missão da
minor
Spacex
one.
e
They were
todos
able
os
to get,
demais você encontra aqui somente no nosso canal.
pretty quickly, and didn't disturb the
E aí dando aquele tchauzinho
Our crew waving goodbye
pra nós aí.
before the SpaceX cameraman exits the capsule.
You see over Woody's right shoulder the 3 previous stickers of the crews that have flown in Endeavour. So once they get on orbit, I'm sure they've got a sticker in one of their pockets to add to that.
E agora nesse momento eles vão modificar então a sua posição para a posição de lançamento, né, na cadeira, né? Vão fazer aquele movimento para a posição de lançamento. E aí só estamos aguardando aí o momento também do fechamento da escotilha.
Segments. First time we've launched private astronauts from the U.S. So yeah, a pretty historic mission and just the start of things to come. You heard Kathy Leaders mention Axiom 2 will be launching in the near future. So we're definitely incorporating the lessons learned and moving forward.
Yeah, what was that like? You've got your NASA job to do up in space, and then you're also helping private astronauts.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. I think the key is partnering on the science. So they bring. I think the interesting thing is you've got private.
Commander, pilot, MS1,
stand by while they do
MS2,
their
com
checks.
Commander has you loud and clear.
E agora estão começando a fazer a checagem dos sistemas aí, né, para ver se está tudo ok, para poder fazer então o procedimento inicial aí pro modo então de lançamento.
And MS1 got you loud and clear.
MS1 loud and clear.
And MS2 got loud and clear.
MS2 loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
As we get ready for the seat rotation, watching all four articulate upwards so they can get into launch position. Want to make a correction. It's a camera woman with SpaceX who's getting those fabulous shots. Relying on her to give us
SpaceX, Dragon, the crew is ready for seat rotation.
These great views that we see. And this view right here, in fact, she's shooting it right now.
2 horas e 31 minutos para o lançamento.
I'm sure it's a challenge to not only maintain that steady shot in that very small hatch, but she also has to maneuver around the team, making sure that she doesn't interfere with the operation. She's doing a great job.
Exactly. Yeah, so there you can see the seats moving. So they're in procedure 4.100 on the display. So that's what Woody was interacting with there a second ago. The comm check they did before was just checking the hardline communications. So their umbilicals through the spacecraft, through the umbilical to the ground. Then they are now
E portanto eles agora estão fazendo o modo rotacionando aí as cadeiras, né, para o modo então de lançamento nesse exato momento.
Arms and everything was clear of the translation path of the seats. You don't want anything getting pinched.
Em instantes, então, teremos o procedimento de fechamento da escotilha. Estamos aí acompanhando a nova tentativa de lançamento da missão Crew 6 da Dragon SpaceX.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
SpaceX Dragon copies and concurs.
Lembrando que o horário de lançamento hoje será às 2h34 da manhã no horário de Brasília.
that has to be preserved at a particular temperature. The left side, the aft two look like it's some kind of cargo. The forward two, which we can't quite see, is survival equipment. That'd be the red. And then the right side looks like a semi-larger piece of cargo. We call all those things CTVs.
E agora nesse momento eles estão fazendo aí a retirada então dos suportes ali da porta, verificando para ver se está tudo ok. E eles vão fazer o fechamento da escotilha agora. Início dos preparativos aí. Fechamento então da escotilha da Dragon.
So the timeline, so they have two displays, well, three displays, but the two they're probably looking at is one's called a timeline, or event details we call it. Normally be ready for suit leak checks about 2:14 from launch, so again running ahead, which is good. You heard Arthur ask him, or the Corps ask him to get ready for the suit leak check, so you saw them just pull their visors down. Steve's talking to him right now about the reminder to remain still. There is a way for the crew to stop a leak check, and the reason you would do that, because as it's pressurizing, let's say you got a hot spot in the suit, that pressure bladder, there's folds in that, so as it inflates, it could poke into the back of your knee, elbow, or joint, and so there is the ability for the crew to stop that if someone's experiencing pain.
Come in there and make the adjustment.
Exactly, yep.
And so they'll leave the door open for that reason?
Yep. Yeah, and also if the suit fails the leak check, they've got some components.
Sabe o que seria mais bonito também? A gente acompanhar o momento que a gente conseguisse chegar à marca de 300, né? 300 inscritos. Seria bonito demais. 300 subscribes in live. So beautiful.
So the whole reason they do the leak checks in the suit room is to
Please
find any gross
subscribe.
malfunction and know that the suit is fine. So if there were something between the suit room and
Please,
now, you
just
suspect it was probably a zipper
press
not being
the
fully
button.
sealed versus something actually wrong with the suit. So right
now we're seeing those suits inflate?
Not quite yet.
Not
So
quite
we'll
yet?
see them. Yeah, the way you'll know is you'll see their arms kind of go out like zombies eventually, which they're just they're stretching out right now. They're looking at what's called a suit transducer. So they're wanting to make sure it's in zero. You'll hear Steve tell them that the tear is done.
Neste momento, no horário de Brasília, são 00:07. O tempo de missão aí de menos de 2 horas e 27 minutos. Estamos acompanhando a segunda tentativa de lançamento da missão da Crew 6. NASA Dragon SpaceX.
Why on the ground you see that helmet down on the top of their head, but now once it's inflating, you can see why the suit is built that way and restrained.
Eu volto em 1 minuto, mas vocês ficam aí com as imagens. Só vou tomar uma água. Já volto.
And you can see Woody and
Em 1
Andrey's
minuto.
hands you can see their
Ou
knees
menos.
way bigger now.
Ou um pouquinho mais. Mas eu volto. Vou tomar uma água ali e já volto. Mas vocês ficam aí com as imagens da nossa missão de hoje.
And so they have an indication of what the suit pressure in each seat is at by individual, and they're waiting to see if it holds steady at full pressure. And you can see that at this point, the last basically 30 seconds are kind of critical. You're trying to move. If you move, that can actually throw off the reading.
And so at the same time that they're performing these suit leak checks, new for this mission, SpaceX is also right now performing the side hatch inspection. This is part of them doing those operations in parallel that I mentioned earlier, which will save them time and build time into the margin.
Exactly.
Just in case they need it.
Yeah, wherever you can buy margin, because these are all instantaneous launch windows, meaning if there are problems, unlike a shuttle launch where there's built-in holes, this one is a continuously running clock. So anytime you can buy yourself margin for having problems, that's great.
Our T0 tonight, 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time. The range continues to report no issues, so we're looking good there. Also, Raja, the weather forecast continues to be acceptable. Take a look at this. Just like on Sunday, only a 5% chance of violation for weather. The only concern would be a flight through precipitation, which would come in the form of a cloud.
SpaceX Dragon, 4 nominal suits.
Well, there you had the 4 good suit leak checks.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. Proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch. Additionally, stand by for ground station comm checks.
SpaceX tracking copies. We're in Section 4, side hatch closure.
It's good to hear the good suits, and there we see them
Already
well
working
underway with that side hatch inspection.
Yep, so I'd expect the crew will pop their visors back open here shortly. And then the core mentions, you can see them opening now. And you can definitively see, it's a good example there now, you can see Andrey with the way his helmet sits when it's depressurized, you can see all the way down to his chin. So you can see how the suit expands when it's inflated.
Want to wrap up the weather before we get too far away from it. Only a 5% chance of violation for launch from here.
And SpaceX Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
So the crew's ready for the side hatch to be closed, but the closeout crew continues to inspect and document.
SpaceX copies.
The launch team still monitoring the weather in the ascent corridor. And I understand from our team at JSC that that's right on the line. We're green to go at the moment, but they are monitoring that closely. Of course, this is the winds and the sea states along the ascent corridor.
Tô de volta.
For some reason, Dragon need to abort off the top of the Falcon 9. It would need to splash down somewhere along the eastern seaboard. And you got to have good weather conditions because those astronauts will be landing in the ocean in the case of emergency, and they could be there for an hour or two before they are rescued from the capsule, and you want to have good sea states for any kind of rescue to happen.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a key thing, and it can sometimes be frustrating if the
Neste
weather's
momento aí,
beautiful
como
here,
podemos
but,
acompanhar, né? Está nesse momento fazendo então o procedimento. Fechamento então da escotilha. Cápsula Dragon.
Which is the following shuttle flight. He was the lead astronaut closeout crew, and they had 6 scrubs, and 2 of those were the weather was beautiful here, but not along the ascent corridor. But yeah, it's important for both the capsule and for the recovery teams as well. So if the winds and waves are out of limits, that can be a problem for the capsule landing in the water, specifically what's called the back shell or the bottom of the capsule. And then the other problem is, actually getting a recovery team to them. If you've got really bad weather conditions, it's dangerous for them as well. So we try to protect. You need to protect for that entire case and that whole corridor, and we also protect for some trajectory deviations, if you will. So usually things are pretty much right down the middle, but we also build in errors to that trajectory, so you actually have to build out a zone along the ascent corridor. It's not just a straight line, and so that adds even more surface area. And when you're talking the ocean, there's a lot of weather. There's a lot of ocean out there. Yeah, exactly.
It is a large area of weather that you need to be good to go before you launch, which is much different than uncrewed launches.
Right.
When you're not launching people, you don't have to monitor the weather to the extent that you do on a night like tonight anytime you're launching astronauts. So it is a tighter needle to thread.
Yeah, it is an impressive array of recovery forces that are pre-positioned to support this. And so there's Navy ships, there's Air Force assets, pararescue personnel, basically not just along the East Coast, but on the West Coast, out of Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii. There's C-17. So pretty much it's a worldwide posture. Other nations volunteer to help. So when you hear them talk about the abort calls on the way up, they'll call Shannon, which is actually in Ireland. So we have help even from European partners. So it is quite the choreographed effort to make sure that they're safe all along the ascent trajectory.
Shannon's a good Irish name, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, so on Crew 1,
Então, nesse momento, a equipe ali, né, está se preparando então para fechamento da escotilha da cápsula Dragon SpaceX.
So you can see they're taking a look at the hatch seals on the hatch side. So they already looked at the spacecraft side while they're getting in. That's why you see Ninja 35 kind of holding in position and someone tucked behind there. They're looking at the hatch side seals as part of the inspection before they close it up.
And while they take a look at that, we want to talk a little bit about the beginning of this program and the history that was made, as well as quite the honor that was bestowed on Raja's fellow astronauts. We're launching, of course, American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and it all began with those 2 trailblazers of the Commercial Crew Program, Bob and Doug, who recently received the highest
Neste momento,
civilian
então, são
honor and astronaut
meia-noite e
Dragon,
15.
SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And please ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
SpaceX
It is
Dragon.
my great honor to award you both the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
In January, Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to a packed room at the White House about the dedication of NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken.
Bob and Doug represent the best of our nation. There's no question about it.
NASA selected both men to be astronauts for the Space Shuttle program in 2000. But when the shuttle program ended 11
Então, nesse
years later,
momento, né,
Doug
a
and
gente está
Bob's
acompanhando
work did
uma
not fail.
vinheta aí, né,
NASA
do momento que
collaborated with the private sector to
os
build the
astronautas
next generation of
Bob
spacecraft.
e Doug
Every part of the capsule,
participaram, então, desse momento histórico, né, da segunda demonstração da cápsula Dragon SpaceX.
and cockpit
Então,
layout,
eles conseguiram
all of that
fazer
is
esse
shaped
teste
by Bob and Doug's
até a
decades
Estação Espacial
of know-how.
Internacional,
And in May of
né,
2020,
e conseguiram
the SpaceX
retomar
Crew Dragon
aí,
was
então,
ready to soar.
os voos
Bob and Doug
tripulados
returned to the
no
Kennedy Space
solo
Center.
americano,
They suited up.
depois daqueles
They
acidentes
waved to their
com
families.
os ônibus espaciais, né, e o fim
And
do
they
programa
rode
do
an
espacial,
elevator up nearly
né, que era só
20
feito então
stories.
pela
They
Soyuz, né,
strapped in
a
to their
Roscosmos.
seats and waited
E aí com
as the
isso
tanks beneath them
a NASA
filled
voltou
with
então a fazer
tens of thousands
seus
of
lançamentos.
gallons of fuel. And then
desde então
Three,
tripulados,
two,
né, depois dessa
one.
missão,
0.
a segunda voo de demonstração da cápsula Dragon com
Dragon.
Bob e Doug. Então por isso que eles receberam a medalha de honra do Congresso
Demo 2
americano.
was the first crewed flight for NASA's
Foi entregue
commercial
então
crew
pela
program,
vice-presidente
ushering in a new era
dos Estados
of
Unidos,
human
Kamala
spaceflight.
Harris.
And now, the names Doug
Vocês
Hurley
podem
and
observar
Bob
então
Behnken
aí.
have been added to an elite list. Prior to this ceremony, the Congressional Space Medal of Honor had only been given to 28 people, astronauts like Neil Armstrong.
E nós transmitimos, né, essa missão do a Demo 2.
following in their footsteps, and so
Foi lá na
it's just an
Twitch.
incredible honor.
It was humbling to be a part of the mission. We got to be the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship.
Because of their bravery,
E aí então
missions
desde
like
então,
Crew 6
a
are
cada
happening
6
today.
meses,
Bob and
vai uma
Doug
nova
together
tripulação lá
have
para
written the first
a Estação
page
Espacial Internacional do lado
of a
americano.
new chapter in the history of American space flight.
Então nesse momento,
Well, congratulations
a,
to both Bob
as
and
equipes,
Doug.
a equipe que
A well-deserved
se
honor.
encontra ali, né,
Doug
para
Hurley recently retiring
o momento então
from the
do
astronaut
fechamento
corps.
da
Bob Behnken still
da
cranking
escotilha.
along. In fact, he came out and was an astronaut co-host, sitting in your seat, Raja, for Crew 5. And it's a
meia-noite
great
18,
contribution. I like the
no
sound
horário de
bite where he said,
Brasília.
the smiling faces on the
Estamos
pointy end
então
of the rocket
acompanhando a
ship.
missão Crew
But they
6,
often, give a
Dragon
lot of credit
SpaceX,
to
NASA.
those around them who helped build the rocket, build the spacecraft, train them, get
Faltando
them
então 2 horas e
to where
16
they needed to
minutos
be in order
para o
to have
lançamento.
the confidence to ride a space vehicle for the very first time and make that historic
Falta
flight.
pouco.
Yeah, they were really leaders of the team. There's no doubt about that. And I can't repeat enough what the vice president said. Like it literally is a new era of space flight. I mean, Kathy Leaders mentioned like here we are on Crew 6. Who would have thought that then? I mean, and just the way they design that team. There's still things in training. It's very common to hear, even as we talk about Starship design and stuff like that for Lunar Lander with SpaceX, but definitely during Dragon training flows of like, why is the display this way? Or how, this seems like a great solution. How did we come up with that? Like, Bob and Doug. And they were so inclusive in training as well. I distinctly remember getting to come out on some trips and Doug and Bob having me sit in the capsule with them and them taking the time, not only they're doing the sim, but also showing me like, this is what this means and this is why this display is doing that. So, I mean, they brought one along with them. And so it wasn't, they're being very humble. Saying,
E aí, nesse momento, né, a equipe ali tá
they brought that team along and
preparando ali então para o fechamento da escotilha.
developing the work, working with SpaceX, working with the NASA teams. I mean, over a decade of work to get to where they were, and so very well deserved, and couldn't be prouder of them. And they have left a lasting mark on the astronaut office, on the agency, and really on the nation. I mean, we have now an entire industry that didn't exist, you know, before this commercial
Estamos
program.
acompanhando então
It's
todos os detalhes
quite
da
amazing
missão da
when you look at
Spacex.
like going to SpaceX, going to Bowen, going to these places that are doing these programs, and seeing all these engineers that have a place that they're proud to go to after college and want to go to. It's inspiring, and yeah, it is an exciting time coming down here to the Cape. You just see the buzz down here. There's so much going on, and they kicked all this off.
There is a launch now every 6 days here at America's Spaceport, and you're absolutely right, Raja. You know, we've never been this busy.
Yeah.
You know, aiming for more than 100 launches this year, just SpaceX alone. So an incredible amount of activity. I like from the story that you just told that they took the time with you, the commander for Crew 3, even though your mission was 3 missions away from where theirs was, right?
Well, there might have been an ulterior motive. So well, I don't know. Doug probably doesn't want me to tell you this, but so I had my.
He's not here.
He's not here. So my phone fell out of my pocket while I was in the capsule. In the mock-up.
no
Yeah.
Estamos aí só
So I
aguardando
know
autorização
some
para o
adult members of
fechamento
the
da
crew that had to
escotilha.
fish that thing out. And so I got quite a bit of hard time. Come to find out later that had happened to one Doug Hurley
Para
a little while
encerrar,
earlier, so
então,
I think maybe he was just
o
trying
procedimento
to
do
swing that
embarque.
spotlight to me. So maybe, that's my theory.
He didn't give you an extra hard time,
Yeah.
did he?
He might have.
Oh,
yeah.
he might have, even so. Okay.
No, but yeah, it was awesome. Though.
2 horas e 13
It
minutos
was,
para o
you're
lançamento.
exactly right. That kind of mentorship is exactly what we lean on in our office. We have a term called IAs, which are instructor astronauts, and those two epitomize that, bringing the whole corps along with them, and they had the lessons from shuttle, and you know what worked, what didn't work. They'd seen Soyuz over the years, so I mean they had such a wide breadth of experience to pull into what SpaceX and NASA designed.
And while we're speaking about honors that come out of the White House, Raja, you were nominated by the President of the United States for the appointment to grade of Air Force Brigadier General. It's a nomination, so you're still waiting, you know, Senate approval, but congratulations.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we're very humbled and proud to get to continue serving in that next grade. So yeah, excited to get to do that here at NASA.
NASA's military astronauts, we have a number of them here, you being one of them. Very proud to have you both serving our country and helping us explore space.
Yeah, and we love our jobs.
And I can see why. This is an exciting time. Certainly we talked about that. And we're taking a long look at the hatch at the moment, probably making some final uploads of the seal there. And as we do that, let's check back in with our Courtney Beasley at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Courtney.
Thanks, Daryl. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control
E
Houston
agora sim, nesse momento, a escotilha está
International
sendo
Space Station
fechada.
as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the
Foi
International
autorizado
Space
então o
Station is currently
fechamento
in
da
a sleep
escotilha.
period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew 6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for the new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission.
Faltando
And
então
then back
2
here at
horas e
Mission
11
Control Houston,
minutos
Flight Director
para o
John
lançamento.
Friedman and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew 6's launch
E aí,
to the
portanto,
space
estamos
station.
em Houston,
Once we get
aí no
into
centro de
integrated
controle em
operations,
Houston.
the NASA flight director will be conducting this series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. We'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston. And during our launch coverage, we like to highlight employees in the commercial crew program who are working behind the scenes to make today's mission possible. Earlier this week, Kennedy's Jasmine Hopkins spoke to NASA's recovery director for Crew 5. Let's take a look.
Joining us now is NASA Recovery Director Brian Barry. Thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
Of course. So, Brian, we understand that you are the NASA Recovery Director for Crew 5, but you've actually done a lot of things for human spaceflight. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure, yeah, that's right. So I started my career as a flight controller for the ISS program. My team was responsible for maintenance on the space station. So I had the opportunity to work directly with the astronauts, train them on tools and repair procedures. So that was a lot of fun and something I never thought I would do when I was studying to be an engineer. After that, I moved over to the safety team, and I was our safety
Estão
rep
com
for
pequena
the
dificuldade ali no
commercial
fechamento da
program paper
escotilha, né?
panel. So that was my
Não sei se é
first exposure to CCP.
impressão
I
minha,
would go review
se é
the hazard
verdade.
reports for Dragon and Starliner. That was a pretty neat experience also because I was able to work with Bob and Doug prior to Demo 2 and just kind of work with them on the hazard reports and get their perspective on the risk and the mission overall. After that, in 2020, I came out to Commercial Crew and I work for them directly now, and I've been doing launch and recovery
Então quem
operations
puder aí
since then.
seguir
The
compartilhando,
launch team, my
dando
role is
like
to lead the
e
rescue
se
effort
inscrevendo aí no
with
canal,
a pad,
né? Agradeço bastante. Lembrando que o
RT
horário de
rescue
lançamento
board,
será às
for calls in the rescue
2h34
forces.
da
So
manhã,
that's what I did for Crew 5 launch last year.
faltando então menos de
And then
2
as a
horas e
recovery
9
director,
minutos.
I lead the NASA portion of the team that goes out on the ship with Spacex. We
Estamos
bring
aí
out
então na
flight surgeons
cobertura
and we check
especial
out
da
the
missão
crew and
Crew
we load
6
them up on the helicopter and get
da
them back
NASA
home.
Dragon
Right, so you've
SpaceX.
worn a lot of hats for the Commercial Crew program. How did your work as a flight controller in Houston prepare you to be a NASA recovery director?
Well, in Houston, working the ISS operations, you know, you see day in and day out in the
Muito
control room,
obrigado,
you get the
thanks.
full feel of the 6-month
Thanks
mission, so
for
you
your
understand
coming.
what the crew is going through for that long of a mission. And I think I just kind of bring that crew perspective of the ISS side to the CCP program. And so when it's time to bring the crew home, you know, we
Obrigado
know
aí
we
por
owe
ter
them
vindo aí
a
a
smooth and speedy
nossa
recovery. So
transmissão.
that's our priority and our objective.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site where the winds are low
Esperamos
and the
que
waves are low. So SpaceX has
e hoje tudo dê
several
certo, né?
landing sites around the state of Florida that we can look at and choose the best weather. Beyond that, you know, we start looking at things like contingencies if the crew is injured, and we've got helicopters on standby for a medevac if we need to.
Então nesse momento ali a
And, you know, there's
escotilha
also just built-in redundancy on the
finalmente
ship
está sendo
and off
fechada.
the vehicle. So, but yeah, weather is definitely the biggest challenge for landing.
Right. No, weather is a huge challenge in Florida for a lot of things. And after
Obrigado aí
Crew 5
sim.
returns, Brian, you're going to transition to a new role in the Commercial Crew program.
Obrigado aí a
Mission
todo mundo
manager
aí.
for Crew 8. Can you tell us how you're preparing for that?
That will
Mexe
begin
Sama.
18 months out. So for Crew 8,
Você também é,
which
Mexe
launches
Sama.
a year from now, we've already begun those meetings with SpaceX, and so
Obrigado
really
aí, também
excited to
sou.
be part of that early in the mission, and yeah, I'm just honored and proud to do that for the program.
Of course. Well, congratulations, Brian. So glad to have you here tonight.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. And we are currently now 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting as we watch the SpaceX closeout crew close the hatch to the Dragon capsule.
Então nesse momento a
Dragon
escotilha
Endeavour, the flight leader in SpaceX's
já está
fleet,
sendo fechada
with flight
e
number 4
selada.
today. Hopefully, get off the pad and notch another flight under its belt. Countdown is proceeding nominally at this point. On board Dragon spacecraft Endeavour, we've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. The astronauts, you can see them seated. They were rotated into
E está
flight
tudo
position.
pronto. Agora
Had their
então
suit leak checks.
para a parte final aí,
That was successfully completed.
para o lançamento de hoje.
Yep, and you heard the call
Né?
from,
Então depois
Nicole
aí
prior
então
to the
desse
hatch
procedimento
closing,
da
making sure that
fechamento
all
da
their loose
escotilha,
items stowed. That's kind of key, because once that
vem
hatch
aí
closes,
a
you drop anything,
parte
that's a problem.
da
So you
pressurização
see right now
da
the
cápsula
right under the
Dragon.
notes,
E
hatch
logo em
closed
seguida
right here. At
também
some point,
o início
SpaceX
do
confirmed the hatch is closed.
do
We're
abastecimento
watching,
do
the
veículo,
bottom of each of their
né,
displays,
do
it
nosso
always shows the
Falcon
flight
9 de
review
hoje.
state. And what that state tells you is
Então lembrando
sort
que o
of major
lançamento está sendo
phases of the
feito
vehicle
no
is
complexo
are
de
in
lançamento
standard.
número
And then it's important
39A,
to the crew is
no
only
Centro
certain commands
Espacial
are available in a
na
particular
Flórida.
state. So once hatches close, and that kicks off the next sequence
Faltando
of
então
events.
2 horas e 5
I thought it was
minutos
interesting
e
you
40
mentioned
segundos.
this, during our first launch attempt. There's a state that you move into where
Lembrando que essa é a segunda tentativa
Dragon SpaceX
de lançamento da missão de hoje.
that's one of those states.
Correct, Elliot.
SpaceX Dragon have you loud and clear over the ground station.
But it's not active in all the states leading up. So certainly a very definitive point in time.
Core has you loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
Now we're rolling through the comm checks. These are with the different
different paths. So we had checked via the hardline communication. Now the hatch is closed, so it's the first one you heard was the ground out through TDRS, which is the S-band communication system. So basically through satellites. And that's important because once it gets off the pad, line of sight will work for a certain amount of time, but eventually you're going to have to rely on satellite communication. So they're checking that out before they get to orbit.
Afterwards, the SpaceX closeout team will be performing the final leak check on the hatch. And then once that is finished, you can see it there, it's closed. The team will begin steps to ready the access arm for
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck.
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Core, loud and clear. TDRS ComCheck is complete. Stand by for ComChecks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Lançamento estão fazendo as configurações aí do sistema, né, para o lançamento.
DC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with MD.
Faltando então aí 2 horas e 3 minutos.
MD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
The closeout team will leave the pad at T-1 hour, so they'll stay here.
Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
They'll be with them for the next hour, and then leave at
MD,
T-minus
loud
60
and clear.
minutes.
Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
MD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with LD.
2 horas e 3 minutos para o lançamento.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground. ComCheck.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Nesse momento aí estão sendo verificados aí todos os sistemas da Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX. Launch configuration ComChecks are now complete.
Foi completado então agora nesse momento aí as checagens aí dos sistemas da Dragon.
In both mission control, MCCX, which is in Hawthorne, and then MCC Houston. Each of the flight controllers has a whole bunch of different channels they can be on. So Dragon to ground is what the crew is typically
Meia-noite e 32 no horário de Brasília. Faltando então 2 horas e 2 minutos para o lançamento.
Have a net that does talk directly to the crew that's not Dragon to ground. Countdown 1 is what they're talking on. And so for the launch, they tie those two nets together for the period of launch itself, specifically to be able to tell the crew to initiate a launch escape. And to your point, Daryl, you're exactly right. The handle that's between Woody and Steve that you can't see in this view, it's up by the displays.
Então depois do fechamento da escotilha e da pressurização da cápsula Dragon, nós vamos então iniciar aí o procedimento de abastecimento do Falcon 9.
That's why that's such a key thing, was that handle is hot, which is the manual initiation, but that also means the automated system is hot, meaning if the vehicle detected something, it would also automatically.
E também vamos ver o recuo da passarela que liga a torre à cápsula Dragon.
You want the quickest word to the crew if there's something that would tell them they should manual initiate and escape, and that's why they make sure that those loops are properly tied. So it's on the ground that they're doing that. It's pretty much
Dragon
transparent
SpaceX,
to the crew.
Commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
There's that state changer we were talking about.
Right.
SpaceX Dragon will be watching, thank you.
And so so they're not arming it yet, but what they're doing is checking the automated parameters. So they put it into a mode to look at the automated triggers to make sure none of them are showing out of limits, because right now it's sitting on the pad. It should be fine. So if there was something that's like a bad sensor or bad telemetry, you'd want to know that now before you put it into automated mode and then inadvertently trigger an escape. So that's what they're checking. So just like we talked earlier in the broadcast about the T-tab, is it a bad sensor or is it actually a bad thing? That's what they're checking now, just to make sure there's no bad sensors in the system that would initiate a launch escape.
Curious, in your training, Raj, what what would constitute a moment where you would pull that handle versus it going off automatically?
Olha o tempo da missão, hein? Exatos 2 horas.
There could be some situations where the rate is low enough that you know something's wrong, but it hasn't hit the threshold yet to trigger it. So waiting for the automatic system is just taking extra time, so you might as well manually initiate. There could be some cases of fires where you would do it, where you recognize it before, so especially like a fire, that might not trigger the automated system.
I see.
Or
you can clearly
exactly, or if there's a failure of the communications, not the communication like talking system, but basically the communication path, the interface between the vehicles, where essentially it eliminates the automation, and then you would manually do it. So there's a few cases you would be very hesitant.
Nesse exato momento, são 00:35 no horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando a nova tentativa de lançamento da missão da Spacex, NASA Dragon e Spacex. Tempo de missão, faltando então 1 hora e 59 minutos para o lançamento.
Definitely want to use it. It's a great feature to have, and definitely one of the lessons we've learned as we've evolved our space and launch vehicle technologies.
You mentioned speed, 436 miles
Agora nesse momento, então, é só a gente aguardar.
Take 2.5 miles
para que então a passarela faça então o seu recuo e que inicie aí o abastecimento então do Falcon 9.
This is big time stuff when it comes to space flight, but every Dragon astronaut crew, even though it's not child's play, does bring a stuffed toy with them.
This is true. Yeah,
making a tough transition here.
That's well done.
The purpose of that stuffed toy, though, it has a purpose. When the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation that they've reached microgravity, and the name of it is a 0G indicator. There's been 7 on Dragon so far, and let's take a look at them all. Who can forget this one? A little guy, plush Earth, floating around by himself on the first uncrewed flight test in 2017 called Demo 1, which 4 years ago today, Raja, it was launched. That was followed up by a sequence.
Esses são os momentos anteriores, né, das missões anteriores.
Son Theo and crewmate Doug Hurley's son Jack. We just talked about
Dragon
that.
SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Crew 1 took a toy Baby Yoda with them to the first 4-person crew.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And then, since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2, a turtle, your turtle, for Crew 3. And then for Crew 4, it was a turtle and a chimp.
Double turtle.
Double turtle. And then for the last mission, the first humanoid, the little Albert Einstein little thinker plush doll. And so we didn't get to find out in our first attempt what Crew 6 is doing. Well, I'll be honest.
É que a Crew 6 nos preparou aí, né?
We're saving it.
Ó o bichinho de pelúcia.
And we should see it.
Que a Crew 6
Yeah, and the history of it is
vai
in
levar.
some of those pictures, the crew was already out of their seats, but in reality, when you first see it deploy, they're still strapped in. And so even though you in your stomach have that feeling of being in a roller coaster and you're falling, you aren't actually moving. You're still fully strapped in. So the way you can check your senses is your 0G indicator starts to float. And so in our case, our turtle was named Fowl, which was a nod to Matthias, since that's German. It was also specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marshburn is a class in the peacock. So it was a conglomerate of effort to have a 0G indicator.
Nesse momento, então, a escotilha já está fechada e selada. Então só falta agora aí então fazer o recuo dessa passarela. Liga a torre a nossa cápsula Dragon.
Suit leak checks, they're complete. And so now we're just tightening up that hatch. And while we look at this shot, we can look to the right. We see the NASA meatball with all the signatures around them, along with the SpaceX logo. Every human who goes into space gets to put their signature on the wall there. Raja, of course, yours is there, along with your Crew 3 crewmates. But, you know, for the second attempt,
status update.
They didn't have to do it. So that helps save some time there as well.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
All right, we are going to repeat the ground station comm check just to do it one more time on our end and make sure that we're properly configured. Following the ground station comm check, I'll step into the post-ingress crew briefing, and after that, we'll step into Falcon 9 operator comm checks.
SpaceX tracking copies. Understood it all. Thank you.
Gonna run the comm checks again.
Yep. So probably maybe they had to reconfigure something, or maybe someone wasn't on the or didn't hear it maybe. So they want to make sure everyone's tied in. And then you heard the Falcon 9 operator comm checks after that, which we haven't done. And that will be when you hear the different subsystems for each of the Falcon 9, the main parts that they're monitoring that could lead to a launch escape. They'll all chime in. And again, so for the same reason I described before, making sure normally those people wouldn't talk directly to the crew. But if you had, one of those systems that that was your question, like, hey, when would you do it? Like, well, that would be a time, like, if the GNC, which is Guidance, Navigation, Control, sees something off that they think is dangerous, they can have the ability to call the crew directly and tell them to initiate a launch escape.
Okay. Great insight.
It'd be like a trend they're seeing. Maybe it hasn't hit the automated limit, but they know it's going to, and so if it buys you a second or two, then it's worth getting
Might
that
be
call.
faster than the automated system.
Right.
And that's why they're consolidating the communications to the crew, as Raja has mentioned. We have an hour and 53 minutes until liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, America's spaceport. Now as the pad team wraps up its final checks and clears the white room, that's when the action will start to pick up. We're looking forward a little bit. Crew access arm will retract. We'd have the arming of the launch escape system, and then of course prop load. So we will keep this live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so. Rajachari doing a great job of keeping us informed about what's happening as we watch it. And if you want to ask him a question, we're taking them. Just head on over to social media.
Oh, great question actually on there. So actually the one's not a question was a shout out from Steve Bowen's fellow submariners. Looks like we've got one here that from @Danny Scara.
Okay.
What happens after you're strapped in and waiting to launch and you have to use the bathroom? So we get really good at using diapers. They're called MAGs.
What are they called?
MAGs, which is the acronym for Maximum Absorbency Garment, but it's basically a diaper. It's just that way you don't have to say the word diaper, but it's diaper.
Giving us some great insight there.
Well, actually, if the people at home, don't try this if you're watching the Cosmo because there's fire ants, but if you're at home and you want to know what it's like, just get on your back, put your feet up on your couch, and lay on your back and watch this broadcast and do it for the next 2 hours. And even if you haven't drank a lot of water, sitting like that,
it's hard to do.
It's hard to do, and it makes you have to go to the bathroom. So you definitely that's one of the reasons that we call it crew time on back is a big deal in trying to minimize that because you can get cramps. This is definitely more roomy than like a Soyuz where your knees are in your chest, but yeah, it is less than comfortable. And so you have to overcome the mental block of peeing your own pants because it's actually harder than you would think. But we get practice doing that in NBL runs. So because you're in the pool for
practice.
Yeah, well, when you're doing NBL runs, you're in that suit for like 8 hours in a MAG also. So that's kind of where you start. Then actually, when you're in training, we call it like day in the life sims when you do like a whole day in the Dragon. And so yeah, you get used to using it. But that's exactly what you do. You saw the reason we cut away when they pulled up to the pad is there's actually a trailer behind the launch pad where they can use the bathroom one more time before they go up the elevator. And you try to never leave a bathroom or a runway behind you if you're flying. Never pass up the chance to use a bathroom. But yeah, so it's a fine balance because you want to be hydrated, especially when you get into space, because you tend to get dehydrated. So you want a fluid load. But the downside is that especially when you're on your back with your knees in your chest, it tends to give you the sensation that you have to go to the bathroom.
This is incredible insight here, Raj, and I imagine you've created probably a little bit of stir on social media right now as people are bandying about the answers and the insight that you just gave. But I will say this, in my time in being around astronauts, the whole bathroom and space combination is one of the most consistently asked
Oh
questions.
yeah, but
right?
it's actually a pretty big deal. I mean,
yeah,
it is.
right.
I mean, as we look at Orion design and Artemis design, I mean, if the toilet breaks, I mean, you're coming home. I mean, right? If you get into orbit on the Orion checkout and the toilets malfunction, I mean,
it's a big deal.
That's a big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. I mean, it's if you look at on the space station, that's one of the if the toilet goes down, that is all hands on deck to fix it because that is a big deal. I mean, if you've got 7 people that can't go to the bathroom, you only have so many diapers.
I can only imagine. Well, with that, let's head over now to Houston for a
Bem, nesse momento são meia-noite e 45 no horário de Brasília, né? Estamos acompanhando a nova tentativa então para a missão Crew 6. NASA Dragon e SpaceX. Faltando então 1h e 49 minutos para o lançamento. Lembrando então que o horário do lançamento está previsto para acontecer então às 2h34 da manhã.
Crew 5 will be able to give Crew 6 an orientation and show them the ropes, which might be particularly helpful for the 3 first-time space flyers on this flight. NASA's Woody Hoburg, UAE astronaut Sultan Alneyadi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, which is a record we've held for more than 22 years now. And as the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. But for now, we'll toss it back over to Jasmine Hopkins, who's with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Courtney. Yes, we're back here at Kennedy on the balcony of OSB-2, and right now so honored to be joined by Administrator Bill Nelson. Thank you for being here.
It's another pleasure.
Of course, we're always glad to have you back at Kennedy. And Bill, right before we were tossed to you, actually just mentioned that you've been in the shoes of these astronauts before, that when you were flying on shuttle, it scrubbed 4 times. So do you have any words of wisdom, any words of encouragement for the astronauts tonight?
Well, words of encouragement. Enjoy yourself while you're laying there strapped in on your back, trying to get off the face of the earth. But the serious words of encouragement is we don't fly until we think it's safe. And that was what was important about the first scrub, because it just didn't feel right. And NASA made the call. It was the right call. Everything's looking good. The supposed problems that they had before have all been fixed. And so I expect we're going to see a launch tonight.
Right, we're all looking forward to seeing that launch tonight, Bill. And all the work that we're doing in low Earth orbit on the space station is really paving the way for deep space. So what is next for Artemis?
Well, we have just this unbelievable opportunity now to go back to the moon, but this time it's different. First of all, we're going to a different place on the moon. It's the South Pole, and that's where we think the water is. And if you get to harvest water, all of a sudden you have hydrogen and oxygen. You've got rocket fuel. We're also going back for a different reason. We're going to stay there. We're going to learn to live, to work there, to invent, to create, all for the purpose that we're going to Mars. And the moon's just a few days away. Mars is months and months away. And so that's why this is so important for us to get back to the moon.
It really is important. And right now we're also focusing on going together. In the Commercial Crew Program, this is the second time that we've partnered with Roscosmos, but the first time that we have a UAE astronaut on board. Can you talk about how these international partnerships really help NASA's mission?
It's a different mission. You pointed it out, not only, by the way, with our international partners, but with our commercial partners. Because when we go to the moon with the NASA rocket, we're going to go into lunar orbit and we're going to join up with a SpaceX lander. And then our crew will then go down to the surface for 6 days. So it's a whole new kind of program. Now, internationally, this has become a big deal. You just can't imagine the enthusiasm around this globe with our foreign friends how popular NASA is. And they all want to be a part of this program, and most of them are. So tonight we have UAE and Russian astronauts, but look up on the station right now. They're not only Russians, but there's also a Japanese astronaut up there. And so it is a very international program, particularly on the space station, because there we've got 16 international partners.
Right, it really is important. We go further when we go together. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Administrator Nelson. And we are now T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes from launch as we look at the pad here. Dragon on top of a Falcon 9 with the crew access arm attached at the moment, but getting ready to retract. As we look at it now, we want to also take a closer look at some of the life-changing science that astronauts are performing aboard the destination, the International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease.
Neste momento, no horário de Brasília, meia-noite e 52 minutos. Faltando então aí 1 hora e 42 minutos para o lançamento. Estamos acompanhando a missão Crew 6, NASA Dragon Spacex, nova tentativa de lançamento. Lembrando então que o horário de lançamento de hoje será às 2h34 da manhã pelo horário de Brasília, 5h34 no horário internacional, UTC Time. Sigamos então acompanhando aí a nossa transmissão de hoje. Lembrando então, quem está chegando novo no canal, quem ainda não é inscrito, se inscreva. E quem já é inscrito, deixa o like e compartilhe. Faltando então menos de 1 hora, 41 minutos e 40 segundos. Então, para quem está chegando também, trazendo então as atualizações da missão. A tripulação já se encontra dentro da cápsula Dragon, vocês podem ver aí na imagem, e a escotilha já está completamente fechada e selada. E dentro de instantes então teremos o recuo da passarela, que liga a torre ao Dragon, e o início então do abastecimento do Falcon 9. Estamos então aguardando só estas duas etapas antes do lançamento. Ok? Sigam aí acompanhando a nossa transmissão.
NASA and SpaceX works through something like that. Just to recap, there was a clogged filter for the engine ignition fluid. They saw the data but weren't exactly sure at the moment what the cause was, found out later what it was, cleared it out, fixed it, and here we go again. How does NASA and SpaceX work through something like that?
Dragon SpaceX, confirm when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
On the loops, on the net, talking to each other. On the NASA side, the mission support team that my team and I report up the loop through the chief engineer to the NASA ops manager. The NASA ops manager is in direct contact with SpaceX launch director throughout the whole count, keeping apprised of issues that we can evaluate it as a team, make sure that both SpaceX and the NASA side get comfortable that we're good for crew launch. And so, like as you said, with the igniter fluid, the TTEB, the pyrophoric fluid that they load into the rocket to ignite the Merlin engines on Falcon 9's first stage, they provided the supply of the fluid, and they were expecting to see a good bleed in and start to see a response in the catch tank. And at first they weren't seeing a response, did some troubleshooting, and started to see a little bit of a response, but it was abnormal. So, based on the response of the catch tank and how that
Traduz aí.
was not really
Não tem
the
medo.
team talked through different scenarios.
Ainda não
what can
tenho
happen if we don't have a
capacidade
full
para
bleed in,
traduzir.
what is the appropriate course of action. So in the end, I think the team made a really good call to stand down that attempt. And then, of course, since then they've gone into the system, did find, like you said,
Mas
a
agradeço
filter,
tua
a little bit
inscrição.
more oxidation than typical, and that's kind of expected over the course of that system's use.
Ainda não consigo fazer a tradução simultânea, não.
Change that filter very frequently. This one got clogged a little sooner than normal, so caught us a little bit by surprise after having a good performance on static fire, but sometimes things like that happen.
There's so many systems that have to be just right in order for a rocket launch to go off. So it is impressive when they have something like that and work quickly through it.
Yeah, it's to turn it around that quickly is impressive. And like Kathy and multiple people said, in light of this, it just reminds us space flight is hard.
Absolutely. And so, John, now that you're returning for launch attempt number 2, how does the team reset for the next attempt?
Yeah, so the team has had a couple days to rest and get, eyes on the data from the first attempt, very important. So, we look through all the different performance sensor blips, anything that there is to look at, make sure that we're good to go today. So, yeah, the team's on console. I checked in with the folks on console.
Bem,
Just,
estamos aí
put one on
acompanhando a
here,
missão
and everything's been going
Dragon,
great. So,
SpaceX,
Dragon looks like it's
NASA, a
ready to go
missão
today, and so
pro
we'll keep
6.
monitoring right through the big phases, like you said, launch escape.
São meia-noite e 57 no horário de Brasília. Faltando então menos de 1h37 para o lançamento.
And that's great news. Everything been going pretty smoothly
Lembrando
so
que essa
far.
é a nova
Our,
tentativa
weather
de
and
lançamento
descent
da missão, né?
corridors are one thing we're kind of keeping an eye
E
on
na vez
closely.
anterior,
Keep an eye on a lot
já
of things,
tivemos
but that one is the one that's
aí
kind of right
os
on the line
quirks
there.
inesperado,
But
né?
so
No
far,
tempo de
looks
2
like we're gonna go
minutos
forward for an attempt, and
30
that's great
segundos,
news. We've got
né? Devido
3
então ao problema
consecutive days, right,
aí
that
com
we can do it
dos
now. So
filtros, né? Do
every
veículo.
24 hours we have an opportunity, a
Mas já
little
foi
less than
resolvido.
24 hours. And
Tá tudo
why
ok.
is that we can go 3 days in a row?
Esperaremos que não haverá nenhum problema aí durante essa nova tentativa de hoje, né? Porque o clima está ok, tudo ok. Agora só estamos aguardando ali o recuo da passarela, né, que liga a torre com a cápsula Dragon, para que possamos então dar o início ao abastecimento do Falcon 9.
Well, we hope that this is the one, the second attempt, and we won't have to visit those other 2 opportunities. John Posey, Crew Dragon lead engineer, thanks for being here for NASA, and we know you're now headed on console, headed over there to do your job.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck tonight, and thank you again for being here. And now we'll head out to our VIP location where
Então lembrando que, como a gente já mudou o dia, né? Então hoje, ainda no dia 2 de março, nós vamos ter aí a missão Starlink. O horário então do início da nossa transmissão será às 15h40 da tarde.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course, Salim, we'll start with you. Sultan is the first UAE astronaut to go on a long-duration mission to the space station. He'll be on a 6-month science mission. So what is the UAE hoping to learn from him?
Definitely there's a lot we plan to do during this mission and learn from him and from this 6-month duration. So there's a lot of science we're going to be doing, a lot of human life sciences. There's science with over 20 different experiments with UAE universities and international universities, so that's something really big for us. But we also have a very in-depth education program where we will try and reach every school kid in the UAE, doing simple science experiments, simple YouTube videos, and of course, other than that, we'll do a lot of PAO events where we have these live chats with the astronaut from space, with our kids and public. So I think we're quite excited for this 6-month duration mission.
Right, a lot of excitement surrounding this. You said that you've actually been able to speak to Sultan in the duration from Sunday or Monday's morning attempt to now. So how is he feeling getting ready for launch again?
Sultan, he's super excited about his launch. It's going to be his first mission.
Neste exato momento, então, são 1h da manhã, no horário de Brasília, faltando exatos 1h34 minutos para o lançamento. Então, lembrando que dentro da carga de hoje, né, também da cápsula Dragon, né, eles estão levando aí mais de 200 experimentos para serem feitos ao longo desse período aí de 6 meses. Eles vão ficar então a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional.
Crew 6 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're watching live coverage of the Crew 6 launch. Monitoring the crew inside, and we've had some great interviews, but in the interim during that time, we heard that we're working no issues, and the team is moving forward through the countdown.
Yep, and we heard good comm checks. You heard earlier, right before we interviewed John, that they were going to redo the ground checks, so it sounds like those were done successfully, and all checks were good. And yeah, as you saw, we mentioned in that ISS video the science going on there, and you can see underneath Woody's feet just some of the science. So this, on average, each increment, so they'll be part of Expedition 68 and 69 when they get out there, running about 300 experiments an increment, which is just incredible when you think about what that national lab is doing up there, and with having 4 people go up at a time.
Estamos só aguardando então o início do recuo dessa passarela.
I think most of us do the job, just some exciting changing things. I think my favorite experiments we did up there, I call them dual purpose things, so some water reclamation and then carbon dioxide scrubbing things, and we were doing those things because they help us with exploration. So if we can have 98% of our water reclaimed, then we can meet the mass margins to go to Mars, and if we can scrub CO2, again, we can live on the moon and on Mars. But the cool thing about those technologies is if you scale them on Earth, I mean, think about reclaiming 98% of our water, solving our CO2 problems. I mean, these are existential, species-changing technologies, and just that we're just starting to get into the fundamentals of. And if we can solve some of those problems, I mean, the impact NASA can have just on the world, let alone the solar system, is mind-boggling. So I think that's, to me, why I love this job and why I think so much of us love doing this and the things you can discover in a microgravity environment. Even simple things like we did a concrete hardening experiment when I was up there.
I remember
which
that.
I thought at the time was like, how?
I'm
sorry for whoever the poor scientist is. Like, how lame is this? Literally watching concrete harden. But Matthias, who's a brilliant materials scientist, explained to me. So that the reason we were doing it was to be able to use regolith on the surface of the moon to build structures. But the other cool Earth science part is apparently concrete hardening releases CO2, and it's a ridiculous amount of carbon we put in the atmosphere on the Earth just from the process of it hardening. So one of the side benefits is this is figuring out better ways for concrete to harden. And you think about all the developing places in the world, if we just gave them a simpler concrete formulation that didn't emit greenhouse gases, again, just game-changing stuff. So really cool that, each increment is going to do that, and this national lab is just paying huge dividends besides teaching us how to live and work in space and get to the moon and Mars, but also changing our life every day.
There have been spin-offs from space ever since the space program came into existence, and it's amazing to hear just how many continue to come and benefit not just us but humanity.
Yeah, and it's that's actually more data than we know what to do with. One of the common problems, or not problems, but people are like, what's the most important experiment you did? It's hard to say. I mean, every day we're doing someone's life's work, some universities, years of research, and we get to be the ones that actually finish the execution of it. So it's just an amazing experience up there.
And what a privilege to be able to do that. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes until Dragon flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts, as we can see earlier, and now as we look at the spacecraft, there they are. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoburg, and mission specialist Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev. In their seats, they're strapped in, ready to go.
Então, nesse momento, 1 hora e 5 minutos no horário de Brasília, faltando então menos de 1 hora e 29 minutos e 40 segundos para o lançamento de hoje. Estamos acompanhando a missão Crew 6 da NASA Dragon SpaceX. Segunda tentativa de lançamento, rumo em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional. Estamos aí só aguardando o momento então do recuo da passarela, que liga a torre com a cápsula Dragon, para que então se inicie o procedimento então do abastecimento do Falcon.
He's also bringing a small toy rocket from the popular European comic Tintin. Andrey Fedyaev is taking a few photos and some pins he plans on sharing with his family when he gets back home. For NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, he's bringing one simple item, a photograph with deep personal meaning to him.
In terms of personal items, mine's simple. Unfortunately, over the summer, I lost my father, and so I'm just bringing a photo of him that means a lot to me. And I wish he could come along with me, but at least I will be bringing him along with me. So
I'll talk this.
Yeah, and this is the photo right here, Raj. Woody says it's a picture of his dad, Jim Hoburg, finishing the Boston Marathon and leaving it all on the course. Jim Hoburg, along with his wife Peggy, raised Woody and his brother in Pittsburgh, PA. He was an electrical engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where he was known for his exceptional teaching. When he was 75 years of age, he passed away at 75, I should say. Woody says he will remember his father for always showing up and for his relentless pursuit of truth. When he gets to space, he's going to keep that photo in his crew quarters, a touching tribute to his father all the way up there in space.
Yeah, and I think what a tribute, and like we were talking about before, none of us got here on our own. Someone got us here, and you know, Woody's dad made Woody who he is. All of our parents made us who we are. The instructors at JSC, the centers we visit, we are really just a reflection of them. So I'm glad Woody's able to take his father with him. I think most astronauts take things to remind them of their family, their loved ones, up with them, because you are separated from the Earth, but it's right there, but you can't go home at the end of the night, so having that to remind you is very important.
Now here's where we talk about what you brought up, and we did this last time, but
I had to change my show and tell. Yeah.
I love that you did that, by the way. What do you have?
So last time I had my Academy shirt. I also had the high school shirt. So
you brought two shirts.
I had 2 shirts. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what do we have
Columbus
here?
Sailor. So from Waterloo, Iowa. Yeah. So I grew up
Waterloo,
in
Iowa. That's right.
My high school shirt. One thing. So we showed these last time.
Yeah.
Showed my space retainer, which I was also not supposed to bring back.
How can I forget?
So I showed last time we had the RMO for our mission. The other one I brought up, so my wife works for the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that's obviously near and dear to my heart, the agency itself. So I brought up an RMO, or a coin, I'll say it out loud, but from the Department of Veterans Affairs. The other thing we bring up that they ask some of the astronauts is a Mach 25 patch and 100-day patches. And then you fly those, and also things called Silver Snoopies, which are pins that we give out to a very small percentage of the NASA workforce. So it's really special to get one that's flown in space, and specifically from one that was flown by an astronaut for you. This is similar, not a Silver Snoopy, but a pendant with our patch on it, and we flew these for some of the key people. So for some of the folks that helped with our mission planning and training, so you can see the 3 on there.
Yeah.
And so ones that are flown in space are obviously highly sought after. Cards for my kids. I had lots
I didn't see this.
Yeah, these are different ones.
Ele está mostrando aí alguns itens aí familiares, né, pessoal.
And so I had
Deu
all
pra
kinds
ele.
of cards and notes for my kids, including
Quando ele
Look at what this
foi,
one says right here. Can't wait.
Yep,
And
a little landing one in the
quando
water.
ele foi
This
ao
one's
espaço.
the planets, complete with the rings of Saturn.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know she loves her daddy because right here, this is the capsule. It says Crew 3 on it. And here are the kids at the bottom. And they have a little, they're saying, it's Dad coming home. Oh, my gosh.
And then an interesting one we didn't talk about. We talked
Né,
about
alguns
what
desenhos
Nick
que,
Hague and
que os
Ninja
filhos
Twelve tell
deles
us. But so a lot of us fly up
ele
with
fez aí
glasses. I
pra ele.
don't wear glasses, but people have heard the term SANS. So your eyes, your vision shifts in space. And so what
Estamos
happens
acompanhando
shifts.
então
So
a
what
missão
happens is
Crew
the
6 da
fluid in your
NASA
body
Dragon SpaceX.
pushes up.
1 hora
What happens-
10
this is the
minutos no
leading
horário de
theory, so we're
Brasília.
actually still trying to figure out exactly what
Tempo aí da
happens.
missão
But the
de
leading
1
theory is
hora
that that fluid
24
pushes
minutos
against the
para o
back of your screen
lançamento,
and it
hein?
changes the shape of your eye.
Quem está
And so
chegando aí
to
agora ao
fly us
vivo,
up, so
né?
actually these are glasses I had with me
A
in the
tripulação
Dragon.
já se encontra
In the event
dentro da
that my
cápsula
vision
Dragon
shifted enough that I would have a hard
e
time
a
seeing the displays.
escotilha já está fechada e selada.
I think you're just trying to
Só
humiliate
estamos
me.
aguardando
Now I
então
can't see the screen, though.
o
They're
recuo
teleprompter, so I'm gonna take them back off. But yeah, I
da,
can see up to
da
this
passarela
really
que
well. That's
liga
what it's meant for, is
a
in
torre
close vision.
da cápsula Dragon
Exactly. This is the
e
space-
o início então do
spacecraft.
procedimento
Well,
de
space
abastecimento
modified,
do veículo.
But did you have to use
Tá?
So actually, I
Essa
used
é
my near vision did get worse, but not
a
bad enough to
atualização
even
aí
see
que
drag
nós
displays, but it
temos.
would stress, it would fatigue my eyes using the laptops on station. So for about the first, from
E
like
quem está chegando novo no canal, né? Quem está passando aqui, que ainda não é inscrito, deixa sua inscrição. E também deixa seu like, né? Que é importante aí para o engajamento aí do nosso canal, né?
We continue to work on finding out
we do, yes.
what
É
exactly
que a gente
the
está
cause
crescendo aí aos pouquinhos, né? Então, cada like e cada inscrição que a gente recebe aqui, muito importante.
Would it go back to normal? Are we confident? But
what would happen there? Well,
exactly.
That's good stuff. Thank you for sharing
Yeah, no
the
problem.
new. I don't. Hopefully, we won't have to get to a third
Hopefully
one.
not.
We have to dig up some more stuff. But we appreciate your wife giving us a fresh surprise.
Né? Então ele mostrou aí
from
alguns
space.
itens,
Thank
né?
you very
Que
much.
a
Well, when they aren't launching into
que a
space,
família
they're working hard to prepare
dele
to
deu
go
para
into
ele aí
space.
na
The NASA astronaut
quando ele
corps,
foi
well, they try to find time to watch their friends
a
go into
missão da
space,
Dragon,
and,
né? Também.
You would know that.
Yeah, so I'm here, but you know, we saw Nick as Ninja 12. We saw Ike Glover helping with the family sport. We saw Joe Akaba, the chief. Sharon.
This is when they were getting ready
right,
to go
exactly.
out. Yeah.
So the office is spread out doing all kinds of things. You have, you know, last time Reed was up with the administrator.
Reed Wiseman. Yeah.
Exactly. So we are all over the place. But even if you're not, you're probably online or at home watching. And so I was going to try to dial in. So Woody, as we talked about, is sitting in a seat that's been used before. So I was going to try to get.
You're not calling Woody, are you?
I'm not. Well, I don't think I could try call. I don't know the answer.
She's on the line.
Awesome. Let's try. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Vai
we got
tentar
Megan
fazer
Arthur
ligação
on
ao
the
vivo,
line,
isso,
who
né?
flew on Crew 2 that I got to train with. And so Megan, can you hear me? Okay.
Hey, Roz, I got you loud and clear.
Hey, awesome to talk to you. Thanks for calling. So Megan's at home in Houston watching the launch, and we're you might
Ele
have
tá
been
ligando
there.
pra
They're
outro
doing,
astronauta,
I think
pra
you guys
Megan,
came up with a
pra
game
Megan
to kill some
McCarthy.
time while you're waiting for the closeout crew to leave.
Ao
Yeah,
vivo.
well, it's been enough time that, you know, when you first get in, of course, you're all business and you go through your checklist and you review the nominal timeline and you of course, review the contingency actions that you might have to take. But now you're into just the wait. You know, I was lucky enough to fly with a really fun and fun-loving crew. And so we set about entertaining each other. And, we had Thomas as kind of our Julie, the cruise director, and he had us playing a variety of different games that I'm not sure if he made them up or these are French games or what, but he kept us well entertained.
It looked like the French version of rock, paper, scissors. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but
Well,
that's what
yeah, so it's called the game of thumbs, and I won't strain anybody by trying to say that en français, but the game of thumbs, and so yeah, it's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors.
Well, Megan, you're watching us, you know, get ready to launch Crew 6, and of course, you know, you were.
Somente ele tá
you were on
perguntando
Crew
pra ela
2,
se ele tá,
and what a
se
mission
ela tá
that was,
assistindo
and, what's it like
transmissão.
to be where you are, kind of relaxing, getting ready to watch the astronauts go up?
It's so exciting. It's so much fun to see your friends go into space. Of course, Steve is a
Né? Então ela acha que é muito, muito legal, né? De poder ver os amigos dela indo também para o espaço, né? Essa mesma oportunidade que ela pôde ter também aí.
With the promise that I would wake him up in time to watch the launch. So we're excited for all 4 of the crew members of Crew 6, and we can't wait to see them get started on this next phase of their adventure.
Very cool.
That's awesome. And you know what? We are counting down just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go until liftoff. And, you know, I got to ask you, Megan, how's Raj doing so far? Because you were one of our co-hosts sitting in this seat. So you want to grade him live on the air?
You could text me.
Oh man, A+. Daryl, how could it be anything else? He's just doing amazing. We are, like I said, I had to peel my kid away from the screen, and of course, Raja, he recognized you as the guy that cut his hair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So
before Daddy came home.
His quarantine cut. Yeah. I still don't pay for
That's
haircuts.
right.
I cut
That was
my
an
own hair.
important haircut.
1 hora e
Megan was
15
in
minutos
States,
no horário
Megan
de
was nice
Brasília.
enough to let me test out my hair cutting skills on our son.
Estamos aí acompanhando a missão Crew 6 da NASA Dragon Spacex.
No, don't worry.
Faltando então menos de 1 hora e 19 minutos para o lançamento.
Yeah, you cut your hair in space. Remember, did you? There's some kind of Flowbee thing that you used?
It's basically a Flowbee. Yeah, it's a very loud Flowbee. Yeah.
And Megan, were you doing your hair in space? No.
Oh no. We just let that grow up.
Yeah, just let it grow out. And I remember seeing the shot of you, just your hair just flowing freely, and it's a great shot of you floating around, doing your business.
Yeah, I often feel like my hair deserves its own credit, you know, in the credit line, like Megan and Megan's hair, because it's a whole entity on its own.
Got a lot of traction there. Well, Megan, I just want to
Então
let you
quem é
know
novo no canal, né, deixe a sua inscrição e seu like, né? Compartilhe o link da nossa transmissão. Lembrando que aqui a nossa transmissão é uma das poucas que contém também o áudio também da transmissão original, assim como todas as outras missões, né? Porque eu sei que vocês gostam de ouvir o ronco dos motores, né? Então, quem gosta de ouvir, se liga aí.
Did a fantastic job for us as a co-host. Completed an amazing mission. She did a ton of work working with kids, especially afterwards. She's really leading an effort in education. Great having her on the broadcast. Hey, take a look at this. This is Crew 6's patch. And we want to talk about how this came into existence.
Então esse é o símbolo da Crew 6, né? Vocês estão vendo aí na tela.
So you can see the one for Crew 6, and what you'll notice right away is the wooden dragon ship with the dragon figurehead there. And that's because
Onde podemos ver aí um barco viking.
for seafaring vessels. And then check out the anchor, it's the International Space Station. You see it there. And then lastly, the sail represents the 3 planetary bodies of Earth, Moon, and Mars, the ultimate destination of NASA's Artemis program. I like that call forward to where
Também
we're going.
representando aí a
This is
Lua.
a mission to low Earth orbit.
Yeah,
Marte.
I think that's a common theme in a lot of the patches. You'll see like a reference to Moon, Mars, Orion.
Que são os
something like
próximos
that.
destinos aí.
We definitely see this as a stepping stone
Daqui pra
to
frente.
go beyond low Earth orbit. I mean, that's one of
Essas
the cool
são as
things
próximas
about
missões aí
we are putting private industry to
tripuladas,
low
né?
Earth orbit so that NASA can focus resources and people on exploration and going beyond low Earth orbit.
1 hora e 17 minutos no horário de Brasília, faltando exatos 1 hora e 17 minutos para o lançamento.
Hearing good things about the countdown as we go along the way. The crew has ingressed, helped by our closeout team, of course. The umbilicals are attached.
Poxa, gente, sabe o que eu queria, pô? Queria que... falta aí 9 pessoas aí para a gente chegar à marca de 300. Seria muito legal aí se quem ainda não é inscrito aí no canal, daquele cursinho aí, né? Daquela inscrição aí, né? Subscribe. 94300.
The closeout team will wait
Please.
another 15 minutes before they'll clear out of that area.
You saw those orange bags, so there's no. The people are starting to move out of there, but you saw those orange packs in that previous view, just to the right on that wall. Those are actually breathing.
Ainda estamos aguardando o recuo da passarela que liga a torre da cápsula Dragon para que possamos então ter o início do abastecimento do veículo do Falcon 9.
Going to put the balloons up into the air. The winds have picked up a little bit, but not too bad at all.
Por enquanto, tudo ok.
Great example, continuing to run ahead of timeline, and specifically that closeout crew already being done much earlier than last time. But again, that's their you can tell it's a well-oiled machine now. They had the practice from just doing this 2 days ago, and now doing it again. When I talked to Steve about,
Só lembrando que eu ainda não tenho a informação do acoplamento, né, do veículo do Falcon 9, no caso da cápsula Dragon na Estação Espacial Internacional, né? Assim que eu tiver essa informação, né, nós teremos então o link aí para a transmissão tanto da parte do approach, né, da aproximação, quanto do docking, né, que é a parte então, do acoplamento, que a gente vai acompanhar aqui também tudo ao vivo, tá certo? E lembrando que ainda hoje, na parte da tarde, a partir das 3h40, nós vamos ter aí a missão Starlink, né, se tudo correr bem aí na base de Vandenberg, na Califórnia.
You want to rely on making the right engineering decision, and so he actually, talked about the fact that, yes, it's the 6th operational crew mission, but every one of these missions is really a test flight. We're always learning new things. Now we learned about, oxidation rates of T-tab line filters, so you're always learning something new. We talked last time about even the procedures they're using. So they're in a procedure called 4.100, and just in the last launch to now, they've changed the section numbers of that. So we're always iterating and improving and trying to figure out ways to do it better and more efficiently. Like you mentioned tonight, we're doing things in parallel, which is why now we have some time. So it seems like we're ahead, but if we had a problem with the side hatch closer or had a problem with the leak checks, this would all be time that we could use now to not be rushed. So it's great to keep iterating and practicing and learning.
Então, quem puder também ajudar aí no canal, né? Quem quiser fazer uma contribuição aí, né? Lembrando que eu não tenho ainda Superchat, mas vocês podem ajudar no Pix, aí no QR Code. É a tradução. Pois é, meu amigo, meu problema é que ainda não consigo traduzir tudo aí em simultâneo, né? Consigo traduzir algumas coisas, mas não tudo. Estamos aí, então, no centro de controle em Houston, né? Aguardando aí os novos procedimentos, né? Liberação, então, para o início do abastecimento, então, do Falcon 9, né? Faltando aí 1h 12 minutos para o lançamento.
The crew in orbit is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. The International Space Station Flight Control Team is ready for launch. Mission Control Houston will continue monitoring
pessoal tanto do
check off milestones for today's
centro de controle em Houston quanto no centro de controle da Estação Espacial Internacional, né, já estão preparados aí para o lançamento.
High above the Kennedy Space Center, going by the VAB as we look out at Launch Complex 39A during the previous launch attempt. I want to recall this. Roger told us that dragonflies during dry dress is a good luck charm. Well, after the scrub, I was watching, the Starlink launch. What do you see there?
Né, então, depois que teve aquele problema do scrub, né, do dia 28, né, nós tivemos a missão Starlink, né, no Cabo Canaveral, né, como temos as imagens aí, né, do momento, então, do lançamento da missão Starlink, que a gente acompanhou também aqui ao vivo, né?
Thank you so much, Daryl. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center Director Janet Petro. Thanks so much for being here, Janet.
Thank you, Jasmine, for having me.
We're always happy to have you. And right now we're preparing for Take 2, second launch attempt.
Então, essa é a diretora do Centro Espacial Kennedy.
Built for, really. I mean, we're very agile. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So, last year, 60th anniversary, we went through this with Artemis, not just 2 times, but we did it 3 times, successfully launching the 3rd time on November 16th. So, launch is hard, the whole process, and we got to get it right.
Então, faltando 1h 10 minutos para o lançamento.
launch and then have a problem in the air. So the team, the NASA team along with the SpaceX team has worked really hard. We had our Delta launch readiness review late yesterday evening, worked through the issues that we experienced on the first one.
Eu estou comentando aí do sucesso, né, que foi daí das últimas missões aí da Dragon, né?
That 60th anniversary was our diamond anniversary last year. To think that we've been here 6 decades, what is Kennedy doing to continue growing and improving?
So the first 60 years, it started, Kennedy was with Apollo, and then diamond anniversary last year, Artemis, first launch of Artemis, going back to the moon. But as a spaceport, we really have
Aí agora está comentando sobre as missões anteriores da Apollo, né, e da volta das missões comerciais aí com a SpaceX, né?
Like you mentioned, 31 the year before that. So we are growing. We obviously are a very popular place, not just because of the
Centro
geography, but
Espacial
the services that we're providing at the center to our commercial partners and customers. We're working very hard to make it easy for them to launch and to provide them the best services. And I got to brag for a moment. We have a spaceport integration team. They coordinate with the 45th SLD, the Space Force side. Every single one of those 90+ launches will be supported by
eu não consigo traduzir tudo, né, porque meu inglês ainda não é fluente. Não, eu com certeza iria traduzir para vocês aí tranquilamente, mas meu inglês ainda não é fluente.
Across the board, we have our NASA, we have our government, we have our national space security missions we support, but we also have the commercial that we have to take care of also.
Right, Janet, I mean, those numbers just really blow me
Tem esse pequeno detalhe, então eu consigo pegar algumas coisas aí,
Go Crew 6.
Exactly, Go Crew 6. Daryl, back
né,
to you.
alguns pequenos detalhes aí. Isso que eu deixo
Throughout the show, we've been taking your hashtag
o áudio também.
NASA questions from social media. We have time for a few more before Falcon 9 fueling begins at T-minus 35 minutes. We're sitting now at 1:08 and counting. And Raja, there's the question. It seems like astronauts work on some really cool and interesting things other than flying. Raja, can you take a minute and talk about something interesting that you're working on right now? You're not flying, currently on a mission, obviously because you're here. So what you working on?
Yeah, so I'd say most of our time is not actually flying in space, so we do maintain the training for that.
Foi autorizado?
NBL, which is the neutral buoyancy.
Ainda não, estamos aguardando. Bem, o lançamento até o momento está tudo ok, né? A gente só está aguardando aí a questão do recuo dessa passarela, né, que liga a torre com a cápsula Dragon, para que possa então fazer o procedimento do abastecimento do veículo, né? Mas a princípio está tudo ok. A princípio aí o lançamento está tudo programado para hoje às 2h34 da manhã. Não tivemos nenhum problema até o momento.
I love to fly in space, but I also love my day job, and so that's we're doing all different kinds of things. There's folks working on the lunar exploration suits, so those are the space suits for the surface. So we're not going to use. We talked about there's IV suits, which are for in.
No momento aí não tivemos nenhuma mudança aí brusca, né, do cronograma.
Either of the ones we have, and so if we get to the moon, we are going there to do science, and so we need to get out there and go do the science. So that's another
Mas estamos de olho.
people are working on, and yeah, so it's we are spread all over the place.
Isso aí, let's go.
Working with all these development teams.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a similarity there to when Bob and Doug were working in the commercial crew program early on, developing these vehicles. You're very early on in the HLS system, so it's got to be kind of exciting to be working on the next thing that's going to land on the moon.
Yeah, I think all of us enjoy. That's why it's fun to do these things. And our job is in the office is to fly in space, but also to bring the crew perspective, the operational perspective, to all these programs and to these efforts to make sure that we're the human is the important part of human space.
Porque eles olham tanto pro lado de fora e tiram fotos.
And for those of you
Não, eles não estão olhando foto.
enjoying watching.
Não.
If you want in on the social fun, follow us on Twitter at NASA
Eu tô
Social.
vendo, não.
Check us out on the web at nasa.gov/social/social. Hey, this is a really quick question, a really easy one. At Slow asks, Raja, what inspires you?
What inspires
Como
me?
é que é?
I think the idea of exploring is what inspires me. The idea of
Precisa,
new
olha,
discoveries, and I think I kind of
milhões de
why I'm so
vezes.
excited about science before, solving problems here on Earth. So I would love to see humanity go and explore, like live on
Então,
the moon,
para vocês
go
que
to the
estão
next
chegando
planet,
agora,
but I
né, os
also
astronautas
inspired by the
são o
fact that
seguinte, né,
we're
tem,
finding solutions
tem
to
na
problems here
descrição
on
do
Earth.
canal
So that's what
da
inspires me
live,
to
mas eu
report
vou
here.
dizer para
And we'll
vocês
be
aqui, né?
recording as well.
Lembrando que
It's
são
amazing.
4
So I
tripulantes,
think
né, de hoje.
what inspires me is inspiring others too.
Os
So I think one of
astronautas
the
são 4, né?
coolest parts of our
São
job
2
is,
da NASA,
takes time
né,
and
que é o
effort with
Stephen
traveling, but
Bowen,
going
que é o
to
comandante da missão.
school kids. That's hands down
Warren
the most
Hoburg,
favorite things.
né, que é o piloto da
to
missão, né, que esses dois
yeah, I mean,
estão à
seeing their
frente,
excitement,
aí nas
just
poltronas.
When an astronaut walks
Do
through
lado
the door,
direito
it's
ali,
so
né, no
fun.
cantinho ali direito da tela,
you know, whether it's
é o
elementary,
astronauta
elementary
dos
math
Emirados Árabes Unidos, né, o Sultan Alneyadi, eu não sei como é que se pronuncia o nome dele, né, que é o primeiro especialista da missão. E à esquerda da tela ali é o cosmonauta da Rússia, né, da Roscosmos, o Andrey Fedyaev, né, o segundo especialista da missão. Então, nesse momento, assim, de acordo com o cronograma, estamos
This day is the continuation of regular flights to the space station from U.S. soil. Crew 6 and the mission
Não sei.
will be the company's 6th crewed
Então,
space
nesse
flight.
momento aí, estamos aí aguardando só a próxima etapa, e é então o início da autorização do abastecimento do veículo do Falcon 9.
It will also be SpaceX's 8th crewed space flight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4. Today, our crew is flying on board Dragon Endeavour, and this will be the 4th flight for this capsule. It'll be taking a ride on a brand new Falcon 9 rocket. The Dragon is the flight, this particular Dragon, Endeavour, is the flight leader in the fleet. Its 4th flight, which includes Demo 2, Axiom 1. It's been a great countdown so far, 1 hour and 3 minutes and counting. Weather is fantastic here at the Kennedy Space Center, only a 5% chance of violation. That means 95% go. Doing some math here, getting inspired by my fellow astronaut here. Really advanced stuff.
Avoid math in public, that's my rule.
That's a good idea. Excitement is picking up, though, as we get closer to T0. And so with roughly about an hour,
No, go ahead.
about an hour to go until liftoff, things are going to start picking up. We get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin the propellant loading.
Nuclear de radiologia.
Pole for readiness, that will happen right at T-minus 60 minutes. And then the
Sim, realmente deve ser muito bom,
mode
né?
is at T-minus
Estudar para
55
ser
minutes.
astronauta, né?
From
Mas
there, at T-minus
é bem
45 minutes, there will
bem
be
trabalhoso, né? Porque
internal
primeiro você
control
tem que
humble pole, and then the launch director's pole for propellant
ter
loading.
inglês bom, né?
When we get
Aprender
to about T-minus
matemática,
40 minutes, the crew
física.
access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and to arm the
Ou
launch
ser de uma
escape
área
system.
de
I'm gonna walk you all the way through it.
da ciência, né? Por
This is
exemplo,
the automated safety
já
system
teve
in place
geóloga,
prior
já
to
teve
super draped
biologista.
thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during a flight on the ride uphill.
Bem, eu
Once we reach about
eu
T-minus
cheguei a
35
estudar
minutes, propellant loading
astronomia,
of
né?
Falcon
Na
9
faculdade, né? Quando eu
will
fiz.
begin.
Mas eu me formei em matemática. Eu não trabalho com eles na NASA, não. Quem me dera. Então, faltando menos de 1 hora e 1 minuto, 20 segundos para o nosso lançamento de hoje. Estamos aguardando a autorização aí para então o início do abastecimento do veículo.
Thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 6th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. We are T-minus 1 hour and counting until liftoff. And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Raja, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back. Hoping to see my first launch.
Indeed. And if you didn't know, Raja is getting ready to witness his first launch. He rode on a rocket as we turn the corner from the vehicle assembly building to show off the launch pad just beyond it. Oh, this is a great shot.
The big reveal. Look at that.
It certainly is.
Cool.
There it is, the Launch Complex 39A,
Ah,
holding for a 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time liftoff.
você deve ser gênio expert em matemática, meu sonho. Não, expert também não chega tanto assim não, meu amigo. Eu tento chegar lá, né? É muito treino, né? Matemática e física tem que treinar bastante. 1 hora. Faltando então 1 hora. Matemática e física é treino, meu filho. É prática, muito treino. E gostar também.
And so they are looking ahead in what's called the event details, and they have probably 2 displays up, one that's event details, one that's in procedure 4.1.
Esses fatores aí. Eu gosto bastante.
Waiting for the poll to say that they can arm the LES, the launch escape system, and on the timeline, they're probably looking at what the prop loading steps are and just kind of anticipating what's coming up next, probably scrolling ahead to kind of talk through the launch sequence and using this time to basically what we call chair fly.
Tá faltando aí 59 minutos.
Go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
All right, picking up section 5, preparation for LES arming.
Já tá tudo ok aí para o lançamento, né? Como foi avisado aí no rádio. E aí foram esses momentos mais cedo. O pessoal aí relaxando aí.
Hoburg, Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev have been getting ready to launch.
Pois é, esse que é esse momento de 1 hora. Restante aí, né, amigo? É.
Walking out the historic crew quarters. Walking the same path that every NASA astronaut.
Esse aí foram os momentos de hoje mais cedo, né? A gente acompanhou. É toda então a trajetória aí até a plataforma de lançamento. Momento da chegada deles. Plataforma. E o momento aí do embarque da tripulação aí. Os astronautas. Não sei. Não sei quem são os nomes deles, não. E aí voltamos com as imagens ao vivo. Quanto tempo leva para entrar em órbita? Leva em torno de 9 minutos. Em torno aí de 9 minutos aí para entrar em órbita.
Hey, thank you so much, Daryl, and hello to everybody watching around the world. I'm Gary Jordan with NASA's Communications.
And I'm Jessie Anderson, a production and engineering manager here at SpaceX.
Então, a função deles, no caso da tripulação que vai para lá, eles vão fazer então a parte de experimentos, né, científicos em microgravidade, né, que são variados, né, fora as caminhadas espaciais também, manutenção da estação, essas coisas.
Speaking of Demo 2, the spacecraft was named Dragon Endeavour by Bob and Doug during its inaugural flight.
Sim, com certeza. Por isso que eles têm que usar aquele cinto bem apertado, né? A pressão é muito grande dentro do veículo.
Just a couple of hours later than we're launching today, which served as an end-to-end test flight of Dragon's capabilities. Since Crew 1 in November of 2020, SpaceX has been regularly flying commercial crew missions for NASA to and from the International Space Station.
Então, além, né, da tripulação, né, estão levando também mais de 200 experimentos que serão feitos ao longo do período que eles vão ficar a bordo da Estação Espacial Internacional. No caso, são os experimentos baseados em microgravidade. Esse canal que mostra 24 horas. É verdade, aquelas imagens da Terra que tem no YouTube. Sim, isso é verdade. São imagens próprias da Estação Espacial Internacional. Tem quantos lá em cima? Então tem, no caso, na Estação Espacial Internacional tem 4 que estão lá, né, da missão anterior, e mais 3 da Rússia. Se não me engano, né? Então, no momento tem 7 pessoas. Não estão muito sozinhos, né? Porque tem a China também, né? Tem 3 chineses lá também, em outra estação espacial da própria China. Então, tecnicamente, não estão sozinhos, não. Tem a China lá.
And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
Faltando então 54 minutos para o lançamento.
And our very own incredible Kate Tice has been monitoring the progress of the countdown. How's it going so far, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. I'm Kate Tice, SpaceX Quality Systems Engineering Manager, bringing you vehicle status.
Como eu consigo ver a estação da China? Ih, capaz, da China é difícil. Da China eles quase não mostram nada. Não, só mostra da NASA. Da China não tem ao vivo igual da NASA.
Now, as for Falcon 9, our 2-stage reusable rocket that you see there on your screen, final propulsion checkouts of first and second stages began a few minutes ago in
Exatamente, menos de 1 hora, 53 minutos. Então temos aí detalhes do veículo, né, do Falcon 9, né? Temos aí o primeiro estágio, né, do Falcon 9, o segundo estágio e a cápsula Dragon. Nesse momento, medindo aí 70 metros de altura, né, o nosso veículo de hoje do Falcon 9.
Before we can begin propellant loading on Falcon 9, we still have a couple tasks to perform. First, the crew access arm will be moved out of its
Então, já teve algumas passagens aqui, de vez em quando ele passa por aqui. A Estação Espacial Internacional já teve várias passagens aqui pelo Brasil, inclusive já teve fotos tiradas pelo astronauta japonês que está lá, né? De São Paulo, de Rio, aqui do Rio.
As for weather, we will also verify with the launch weather officer that all of the weather conditions meet our launch constraints. Those include items such as wind speed,
Cápsula Dragão, exatamente, Cápsula Dragão. Não, olho nu não dá pra ver, não. Mas com binóculo você consegue ver. O binóculo é bom, né? Você consegue observar a estação. E também com o telescópio, lógico. Estão faltando aí 51 minutos.
As I've said before, once we begin propellant load, there is no opportunity to change the T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the International Space Station is down to the exact second. So today we only get one chance. But the good news, at T-minus 51 minutes and 32 seconds, we are go for launch.
Great news, thanks, Kate. Today's launch marks the
Lembrando que então após o lançamento, né, nós vamos acompanhar até o tempo de missão de quase 13 minutos, quando vamos ter então o momento da abertura daquela tampa da cápsula Dragon, né, enquanto se preparar para a aproximação da Estação Espacial Internacional.
was born in Cohasset, Massachusetts. He holds a bachelor's
E aí
degree
a
in
tripulação de hoje, né? O
engineering from the
Steve
US Naval
Bowen,
Academy,
é o
a
nosso
master's in
comandante da
ocean
NASA,
engineering from the Joint
Astronauta da
Program in
NASA.
Applied Ocean Science and Engineering at MIT and Woods Hole
Então ele é um
Oceanographic
engenheiro da
Institution. In July
MIT.
2000, Bowen became the first submarine officer selected as an astronaut by NASA. This will be Bowen's fourth trip into space as a veteran of 3
Então
space
esse é o nosso
shuttle
comandante da
missions:
missão.
STS-126 in 2008, STS-132 in 2010, and
Quem perguntou
STS-133
quem é a
in 2011.
tripulação tá aí.
Bowen has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours, 18 minutes during
Então ele já
7
passou aí
space
40
flights.
dias aí no
As mission commander,
espaço,
he'll be
mais
responsible
algumas
for
horas aí
always
de
support
treinamento.
aboard Dragon from launch to re-entry.
E aí o nosso piloto, o Warren Hoburg, da Pensilvânia, também astronauta da NASA, também da MIT.
He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single engine, and multi-engine ratings. The mission will be Hoburg's first flight since his selection as an astronaut in
Esse aí
2017.
então é o nosso
As
piloto.
pilot, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance on Dragon.
Então ele é o responsável aí pelos sistemas da Dragon. E esse aí é o nosso primeiro especialista da missão, o Sultan Alneyadi, dos Emirados Árabes Unidos.
He spent time in the UAE military prior to becoming one of the first 2 individuals selected by his country when they started their space program just a few years ago in 2017. Alneyadi will be the first UAE astronaut to fly on a commercial spacecraft.
E o nosso segundo especialista da missão, o Andrey Fedyaev, da Rússia. É o cosmonauta russo.
And will be the second cosmonaut to fly aboard a SpaceX Dragon. Each of these crew members will be a part of Expedition 68 upon their arrival to the International Space Station. Now let's head over to Kate Tice for another status update on the countdown.
Faltando então menos de 48 minutos e 40 segundos para o nosso lançamento. Falta pouco, hein, pessoal?
The launch director has confirmed with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. So up next will be to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch.
Então nesse momento aí foi confirmado aí as checagens finais aí para o procedimento então do abastecimento, né, com o propelante e o oxigênio líquido. E aí deu continuidade para então foi dada então continuidade aí para o abastecimento do propelante, né, que é um dos combustíveis, além do oxigênio líquido.
You can actually see where they are right now on the right-hand side of your screen. They have a view straight towards pad 39A through those large windows of firing room 4. On your screen, you see there the Dragon capsule with the crew access arm still in the service position.
Falta pouco, hein, pessoal? Menos de 47 minutos para o lançamento. 1 hora e 47 minutos no horário de Brasília.
Immediately afterward, the crew access arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of that access arm as it swings away from the capsule. That will take about 2 minutes to complete its rotation to move out of the way. The range continues to be go for launch. They continue to monitor the clearance area around the launch pad as well as the air and sea space around that downward upstream or the flight corridor downstream.
Dá tempo de fazer lanche? Sim, dá tempo sim.
As we mentioned before, we have to make sure that all areas are secure in the unlikely event of an abort.
Leva comida para os cachorros.
The conditions are predicted to be acceptable for launch. You can, if we had daylight, you'd be able to see that conditions are pretty calm. There's 13-mile-per-hour winds from the south-southwest, so pretty mild all in all. The downrange landing zones, as I mentioned before, are also within the conditions as needed, if needed for an escape. So everything also looking go downrange. Now, in about a minute, we will hear the briefing from the
46 minutos, hein?
As I mentioned before, the readiness poll that is underway is the final go for propellant load and for launch.
Tá pouco, hein?
There on screen, you can see the 4 crew members of Crew 6 waiting patiently to go to space. Not much for them to do at this moment, but wait for that LD
Não é pra Lua,
briefing,
não,
which
filho.
will
É
be
pra
coming
Estação
up in
Espacial
about 45
Internacional.
seconds. As I mentioned before, the team in Mission Control, as well as the teams in Firing Room 4, they are basically collectively both with NASA launch team and the Dragon launch team and the Falcon
Poll
launch
is
team.
complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch.
Então, nesse momento, então, a plataforma passarela
And remain in that state until the launch
vai
escape
ser então
system is
iniciado o
disarmed.
recuo da
All
passarela.
operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Então, peraí, tivemos algum problema.
Then we heard that final go for launch and prop load from launch director having.
Crew arm stow and started.
And there we just heard the call out that the crew
Calma aí,
access
deixa eu...
arm retraction is underway. So let's head back to Daryl over at Kennedy as they have a live view of that retraction as it happens, and will be the major final physical reconfiguration of the pad.
Nesse momento, então, a passarela foi recuada.
Great, Kate,
Como a gente
and,
pode
thank you very
ver.
much as we watch the crew access arm move quickly
Boa
at
notícia.
first and then rotate away from the Dragon spacecraft. There's the view from inside the crew access
Passarela,
arm, the
então,
white
fazendo
beam at
seu
the very
recuo.
end of it. As we can see, the water tower out there. Hitting another milestone here, Raja, on our way to liftoff.
Yep, and the crew is definitely tracking through all this on a timeline. So they're procedurally in 4.100, following that SpaceX is retracting the crew arm and then starting to prepare.
Boa notícia aí, pessoal. A passarela, então, nesse momento, está fazendo seu recuo, faltando 43 minutos para o lançamento.
On the timeline to basically go through the steps for the prop loading. So we talked a little bit about the first broadcast, but there's kind of a key mental note here as well. If there was an emergency pad egress, they probably have some crew coordination of who's going to get to the hatch first, but you definitely want to make sure the crew arm is back in place. So there's this period of time while the crew access arm is not there, the launch escape system is not armed. So
Crew access arm retraction complete.
You need the arm to swing back.
Recuo concluído com sucesso.
You need to make sure that's there before you step out.
Critically important, and we got some beautiful views from our flight operations team, which is not only making sure that the area around the rocket is safe.
Dentro de instantes, então, vamos iniciar o procedimento de abastecimento do veículo.
As it retracted away from the rocket, and there it is again, right there.
Yeah, it's a great view where you can see both the strong back, which is the structural piece holding the rocket up there now, and then the crew access arm swung back.
Open now to the air and the atmosphere. Hopefully no dragonflies that far up, and we had our own dragonflies earlier, Raj. So we're working.
We have successfully had good luck here at the launch broadcast test.
Okay,
We've done our part.
It's feeling good. We're doing what we can.
There's a great view too of the trunk, so you can see the side, which is the part just below the capsule. That's got the avionics radiators for cooling, and then the left side that looks black in the picture here is actually the solar panels that generates the power for the capsule on orbit.
O poste de apoio também do Falcon 9 tá ali, né? Bonitinho.
That might have been the helo out there potentially too.
Very good. Good call. The countdown T-minus 41 minutes and counting.
41 minutos, contando. Dentro de instantes, então, vamos...
12:34 a.m.
iniciar o procedimento então do abastecimento do veículo.
Prepare for liftoff. Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed. And then from there, Raja, we will hear that F9 prop load has started.
Yep, and timeline-wise, I'd expect probably
No caso, então,
minute and a half or two, they'll
iniciar o abastecimento com o propelente.
They'll tell them to go ahead and step into the arming. You'll see them putting visors down. You'll probably see them tugging at the restraint straps, just making sure everything is extra tight, making sure you saw like Andrey before was using his stylus to probably edit some of the weather data they had on their iPad. They'll stow all those things and basically put themselves in a posture where you see them stowing it right now.
1h e 54 minutos no horário de Brasília. Faltando então aí 40 minutos para o lançamento. Espero que dessa vez tudo vale.
Or it could be manually initiated, so you always want to be ready once that system's hot.
Well, Raja, you say it, and then we see it. Calling it out. Remember well from your time as the commander of Crew 3. It's worth noting, you just came back from space. It was, what, May of last year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I'd go back in a heartbeat, but it's also good to be back home. But
oh, you're watching your friends go up.
Yeah, this is it's really surreal to have friends and colleagues on the end of that rocket, and I think it just reinforces the importance you asked earlier. And the question was like, what do we do on our normal job? There's also people in our office. So Joe, who's the chief of the office, goes to the launch trainers reviews, and you are signing up your friends to go ride this thing. So we take it pretty seriously, as well we should.
Crew strapped in?
Yep, you can see just by Andrey's left leg the red of that bag we were talking
Não,
about.
eles não comem não, só depois.
Go for section 6, close visors, armed launch escape system.
Só depois do lançamento.
All right, we're picking up section 6 on closing the visors and arming the launch escape system.
All right, so you see them reaching up to the displays. They're stepping into that section of the procedure.
Não, ainda hoje não. Eu não sei qual é o horário da chegada deles. Quando eu souber, eu te falo. Gente, eu vou dizer. Eu não sei se tem horário. Não sei.
To make sure you don't inadvertently initiate a launch escape.
38 minutos para o lançamento.
And then we also talked about the flight computer stage, so that's what they're watching to actually know. So you actually hear the thunks because those valves that isolate the Super Dracos are in the capsule. So you can actually
Estamos aí acompanhando a missão da Crew 6 da NASA Dragon Spacex.
Those are the engines, so they're right by your head on the inside. So when you arm it, you can actually hear the sound of the valves.
Então, como vimos agora há pouco, né, a passarela então que liga a torre cápsula Dragon já foi então recuada e nesse momento então dentro de instantes devemos começar então o abastecimento do veículo do Falcon 9.
Right on time with our milestones as we count down.
And so for the crew, they're now closing out 4.100, which is their launch preparation procedure. And they're now stepping ahead to what's the prop loading timeline on their displays, which is going to give them times of when the different tanks are pressurizing and loading. There's no telemetry in the Dragon that tells you what the F9 tanks have in them in terms of amount of fuel. You can see what's in the Dragon, but not the F9. And so you rely on this timeline and the calls from the team to know the status, and that gives you an indication based on the timeline you have if things are behind or ahead or on timeline.
The team on the ground can certainly see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the ground team can see that all, but that's not all piped into the Dragon.
For propellant load.
Nesse momento, o propelente vai começar então a ser abastecido. Então, o veículo vai começar a ser abastecido com o propelente.
They have what's called these giant accumulators that are full of the fuel that they then pump into the F9. And the two things I learned on our first broadcast attempt, one is that the license plate changes every time. The second that I also learned from you is that you can tell out here how full the rocket is by looking at the level that the condensation comes off the outside of the rocket, which you Yeah, you can't see that on the inside, but that's a good technique for if you're watching on the outside and don't have the benefit of having the displays the crew has or the telemetry the ground has to just get a look at binoculars if you're standing on the causeway or on TV and know how full the tank is.
Outdoor fuel gauge.
Yeah. Only if you
36 minutos.
Florida. I don't know if it'd work in the desert as well.
Well, we get to see launches out at Vandenberg, California, and it's a little drier out there. It still is on the coast, so we have some humidity. But it is quite a sight.
It's a definite pro tip. I didn't know that. I've been I've been in the office for 5 years. No one taught me that.
Told
so.
an astronaut something
Yeah.
new. I'm feeling proud. But I tell you
Aí
what,
falta pouco, hein?
you haven't learned nearly as much as I've learned.
Menos de
in the time
35
in
minutos aí
these
para
two, launch attempts, and
ele subir.
so happy you could come back and count this down. We know our astronauts all around the country are watching. Checked in with Megan MacArthur earlier. Had a nice little chat with her. She's watching. Other astronauts from the Corps. The astronaut corps is roughly, what, about 42 astronauts?
Yep, about that, yep. And then a new class called, they're named the Flies, the 2021
The
class.
Flies,
about,
that's their
about
name?
halfway through their training, yep, and looking
Okay.
forward to, they're crushing it as you would expect.
Started.
There's the call from the
Ela
Corps.
foi iniciada agora nesse momento o abastecimento do veículo.
So at this point, all the closeout crew is not only off the tower, but outside what's called the exclusion zone or the hazard area, or different words for it. Basically the radius away from the launch pad, since there's now prop flowing into the rocket.
Well, T-minus 34 minutes and counting until liftoff. Today will begin the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. As we've been documenting, we heard the launch
Agora é
escape
só
system
aguardar.
armed. Happened just before that propellant load began. Dragon capsule. It was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer for the fuel. SpaceX uses monomethyl hydrazine,
34
they call
minutos.
MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for oxidizer. And together, these propellants feed those Draco engines.
São 2 horas da manhã no horário de
Dragon on
Brasília.
orbit.
Estamos
It also
acompanhando
feeds
a
those
missão
8
Dragon
Super Draco engines you were
SpaceX,
talking about
NASA da missão
that power the launch
Cruzex.
escape system in an abort scenario.
Nesse momento, então, o abastecimento do Falcon 9 já foi
With that
iniciado.
feeling having begun, that means those 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready. We heard, or rather Raja relayed, that the astronauts can hear those valves turning, getting that system ready to go. Should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. Of course, NASA and SpaceX teams, they train extensively for exactly that type of contingency. And so with T-minus 33 minutes and counting, let's head back over to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California for an operations update from Kate Tice. Kate?
33 minutos.
Thanks, Daryl. I continue to follow along with the final minutes of the launch countdown, heading for on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now. Everything's still looking good for Dragon and Falcon 9. No major issues reported by the teams at this time. As we heard on the loops, the launch escape system is now armed, and Falcon 9 propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is oxidizer, loaded into a tank at the top of each stage. The other, a fuel, loaded into a tank at the bottom of each stage. The fuel that we use to
Bem, nesse momento em,
power the Merlin
em progresso, né?
engines
Como
is
vocês
RP1,
estão
which is a
observando aí
refined
na
kerosene.
tela, né?
The oxidizer
Está
loaded
sendo feito então o
on each
abastecimento do
stage is
veículo
densified liquid oxygen
do Falcon
or
9.
LOX. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles and takes up less volume, which allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. And as Raja mentioned
32
minutes ago,
minutos.
you can tell how full the tanks are based on how high the condensation appears on the outside of the vehicle. To ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use the ignition fluids of triethyl aluminum and
Agora é só
triethyl
esperar.
boron, also called TTEB. When TTEB comes into contact with oxygen, it burns and produces a green-colored flame. Once we have the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber, and the engine ramps up to full power. You might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight. Now, for those of you who have been following along, you'll know that we stood down from our initial launch attempt of Crew 6 on February 26th due to a TTEB ground system issue. It was determined to be the result of a clogged ground system filter that was impeding the flow of TTEB. SpaceX teams replaced the filter, purged the TTEB line with nitrogen, and verified the lines are ready for launch. Lastly, we're topping off helium into pressure vessels on both stages. That is actually used to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out and consumed by the Merlin engines. It's very similar to when you're drinking from a plastic
Stage
water
1
bottle.
cryo-helium loading has started.
And there's that call out for that cryo-helium load I was just talking about. It's similar to drinking out of a plastic water bottle. You got to let some air back into the bottle to keep it from crumpling. Now, on board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring the systems while propellants are loaded into the Falcon 9 below them, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. The crew's training in the simulator here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, actually included playback of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So all of the sounds that they're hearing now, not only did they hear before in our previous launch attempt, but they heard it during the training simulations as well. As for the range, they continue to report no problems, and they are go to support launch. Weather also
29
is
minutos.
great. As I mentioned before, our probability of violation for the launch constraints is only 5%, so really good on that front. As a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch. At this point in time, at just under T-minus 29 and a half minutes, I'll turn it back over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that we'll see after liftoff.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. For Crew 6, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 24 and a half hours.
And as we wait for that T0 mark coming up in just about 29 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure that both the Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're going to be looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for that launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of that mission is going to look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period
E aí, portanto, agora estamos vendo as etapas aí do voo, né, do Falcon 9, né? Vamos acompanhar aí.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth from landing, as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew 6 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down home on Earth. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down again. Now this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
And while the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for
Nesse momento aí o oxigênio líquido também já está sendo
About
abastecido.
90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth.
Falcon 9 já está sendo abastecido também agora
But it's powerful enough to
com
bring the
oxigênio
vehicle's
líquido, né?
speed down
Desculpe.
rapidly in order to land on our drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while the Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it'll begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
Estamos já nos momentos finais aí do lançamento. Faltando pouco mais de 26 minutos. Lembrando que o lançamento está previsto para as 2h34 da manhã. Daqui a pouquinho. Então vem chegando, vem chegando. A nossa cobertura especial então aí da missão da Crew 6, da NASA Dragon SpaceX.
Undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to station. All of that will be coming up soon, but for now, let's check back in with Courtney in Mission Control Houston. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are laser focused on the onboard systems of the space station, ensuring it is ready to receive Crew Dragon. They're also making sure communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and the consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft on Friday.
Faltando então 25 minutos, hein? Olha o tempo da missão, 25 minutos.
Pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew 6, but rather as flight engineers of the
Neste momento, 2h10 no horário de Brasília. Faltando aí 24 minutos, 40 segundos para o lançamento.
And that's it from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
We're looking great out here, Courtney, and thank you very much as we
Estamos
cruise
perto, hein?
around the set here. Our production team doing a great job.
Será que hoje vai?
Showing us all the sights and the sounds of the countdown of Crew 6. Liftoff is at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time, and if you're just joining us, well, we're doing well. Having a great countdown, 24 minutes to go for the 6th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoburg, and mission specialists Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev are strapped into the seats, as you can see them here inside Dragon Endeavour.
Será que hoje vai ou vai dar chabu?
Well underway. The launch escape system is armed. That means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff.
Até o momento tudo ok, né?
So far, operations looking and sounding as we would expect. And you can see on the rocket, we're filling her up. The condensation of the warm, humid Florida air down there shows you that, well, my guess would be about a third. But I have no actual telemetry to tell me that. Just going by the condensation coming off the rocket. It really super chills the skin on the outside of the rocket, and then that condenses the air in the atmosphere, the water that's in the air. And it really is something to look at once it's ready to go, all the way up and down the rocket.
And the reason they make it super cold is, if there's probably, let's see, 3rd or 4th graders out there, I know that's what my kids are learning about, is like when something's really cold, it gets dense, so you can get more of it in there. So that's why it's important. Every drop of gas matters when you're trying to get to orbit. You want as much margin. John was talking before about why we build the timelines we do, and so, we always hope everything goes nominally, but we train for all kinds of contingencies. And so we've been talking about launch escapes, but the next phase is rendezvousing with the space station, and so we protect for a problem with either the station
Faltando
or the
então
capsule,
22 minutos
back away and come
para o
back
nosso
in 24
lançamento de
hours.
hoje.
And so all that requires
Estamos
propping
acompanhando aí a
gas,
missão
and the
da
further and higher
Crew
up the F9
6,
can get the Dragon, the more options
NASA
we
Dragon
have. So
SpaceX.
that's why they chill the gas. You heard calls earlier about the cryo-helium, and like they talked about it out at Hawthorne. That means that we've
Lembrando que essa então é a nova tentativa, né, de lançamento para esta missão de hoje.
They'll start talking about stage 2 fuel being loaded, And so you'll hear calls.
Então, nesse momento, já estamos acompanhando aí o abastecimento do veículo do Falcon 9. Né? Já estamos aí sendo abastecido aí com o oxigênio líquido.
Have separate tanks for the fuel and oxidizer, and you'll hear them calling those out. Because again, the crew probably can't as much hear it like the same way they hear the Super Draco valves, but you can hear
Quase tudo pronto.
sort of some creaking and some noises, definitely some vibrations. So getting a call before that happens just kind of reassures them that that sound is expected and gives them a reference point on the time that they're following.
We're about 37 seconds away from completing Stage 2 RP1 load.
21 minutos.
In the meantime, let's tell you about the crew. The commander of Crew 6 is Captain Stephen G. Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Então, portanto, novamente aí a tripulação de hoje, né, para quem está chegando agora, né, Steve Bowen, sou comandante e astronauta da NASA.
Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA space flights, including the space shuttle flights on STS-126, 132, and 133, the only astronaut to ever go consecutive back-to-back shuttles. Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoburg, the 37-year-old.
Em seguida aí temos o nosso piloto, né, o Warren Hoburg. É nosso piloto aí também da MIT, também astronauta da NASA.
During grad school, Hoburg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew 6 will be Hoburg's
RP1 load complete.
Estágio 2 aí com abastecimento concluído. 20 minutos.
Liquid oxygen. Talking about Hoburg. This flight.
Então já temos confirmado aí o abastecimento concluído do segundo estágio.
Rajachari's class in 2017, the Turtles. In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan
E o nosso
Alneyadi,
primeiro especialista da missão do Emirados Árabes Unidos, Sultan Alneyadi.
part of expeditions 68, 69. Father of 5, spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space.
E da Rússia,
And it's also the first trip
nosso
for second mission specialist,
segundo especialista da missão, o Andrey Fedyaev. Né? A primeira viagem então do Andrey Fedyaev, nosso cosmonauta russo
for Expedition 68.
da Roscosmos.
Just turned 42 years of age. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. T-minus 18 minutes and counting.
Momento de tensão, hein, pessoal? Menos de 18 minutos.
And coming up in just a few minutes, we'll start loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage.
And I think a great testament to the international partnerships of this program. Half the crew is, international. Sultan being the first UAE astronaut to launch on a U.S. vehicle from the U.S. to have trained at Johnson Space Center. An amazing, completion of the partnership that started several years ago, and taking that now all the way to completion. And just great to see, NASA and SpaceX being just this great unifier for the world.
18 minutos, hein?
There's low Earth orbit, but then we look beyond that to Artemis and Mars.
Até o momento aí, tudo ok.
And the work to do such hard
Bom
things,
abastecimento.
and really pulling together the best of all the nations.
Já tivemos confirmado ainda há pouco, né, o abastecimento concluído aí do segundo estágio.
So that venting, so we talked about there's 2 things happening in the
Dragon Spacex, F9 is proceeding with prop load, and we're tracking no issues with Dragon or F9 going into launch.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
So update from the core that's on track. So we talked about the condensation a few times, and there's also the venting. So 2 different processes. The condensation is the super chilled fuel cooling the metal and the skin around it. The venting is because it's super cold as it heats up on the inside just from the air temperature, essentially working its way in there, it vents. And so that's just like a pot boiling, and just like you would, lift the lid off a tea kettle to let the pressure
17 minutos.
On a calm night like tonight, the winds have totally died down. You can see it as it cascades down like a waterfall coming off the middle of the strong back there. Want to make a quick note about the radio and how you can hear if you're on local amateur radio on the VHF radio frequency, turn into 146.940 megahertz and UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz on the FM mode. You can hear this all around the Space Coast.
Load has started.
And there goes our Stage 2 LOX load on a beautiful night on the coast of Central Florida. For Stage 1, that's going to continue to load, and we'll see that go all the way
Então,
down to
vemos aí que o estágio 1 ainda continua sendo abastecido com oxigênio líquido.
The RP1 load. In terms of LOX, that will continue until about T-3 to 2 minutes on the liquid oxygen side. A lot more volume, of course, in the first stage. Hey, let's throw up a quick social media question. What do you say, Raj?
Sounds good. What we got here?
At JSE Garin asks, I am 9 years old and want to know if you can see airplanes on the ISS. I have never heard that question.
So actually, Megan MacArthur had a cool post where she took a picture of the ground and you can see the contrails of a plane. So you can't see a plane if it's not what we call conning, meaning contrails. You can
Pergunta da criança de 9 anos se consegue ver aviões da Estação Espacial Internacional.
We also spent some time on Crew 3 trying to see who could
É devido à altitude, né?
So
Se é muito alto, não dá pra...
Canal, to see if you could find ships there, but you need binoculars to help yourself. But if you know where to look or along the shipping lanes, you can usually find some ships. And then airplanes, if you look around, like the places like over the Atlantic where you can look for contrails and find planes, but absolutely you can see them.
What a great answer. Didn't know that. Thank you, Raj. Let's head out to Kate Tice now.
Thanks, Daryl. Everything's still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour just under 15 minutes from now. Now, for those just tuning in, Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Around T-minus 20 minutes, Falcon 9 completed loading of RP-1 fuel on the second stage. Fuel loading on the first stage remains underway. And it is approximately 80% full. It will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Falcon 9 is also underway with loading of densified liquid oxygen, and that will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes for the first stage.
Tempo de missão. Atenção para o aviso de 14 minutos.
Coming up, we'll perform checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, a procedure called TVC wiggles. We'll command Falcon 9 to activate those thrust vector controllers and actually wiggle the engines a couple degrees. This verifies that those engines will
Nesse exato momento, 2 horas e 21 minutos, horário de Brasília. Estamos aí acompanhando a missão Crew 6 da NASA Dragon Spacex, nova tentativa de voo para o lançamento.
And as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, the crew is strapped in and ready to go to space. Everybody looks pretty calm and chill, given that they are going to space in 13 minutes.
Faltando aí então menos de 13 minutos.
The crew displays will be configured for launch, which give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll then be in terminal count.
Então já sabe, né? Quem puder deixar o like, a sua inscrição e compartilhar o link da transmissão, será muito legal. Falta pouco, hein?
Weather remains gorgeous and everything still remains inbound for the launch criteria. So all in all, Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour, all systems remain go for launch in just 12 minutes and 34 seconds from now.
Tá tudo pronto, hein? Para o lançamento de hoje.
All right, thank you very much, Kate, and take a look at this picture.
E aí a foto da tripulação de hoje aí.
What was supposed to be their booster actually got swapped out for a brand new booster, but anytime you get that close to the hardware, it's a cool thing. Brand new booster launching tonight. And at the time Falcon 9 and Dragon launches, the International Space Station, which is being tracked right here by Mission Control,
e aí tá a missão de controle de Houston.
Miles over the Bristol Channel, southwest of Cardiff, Wales. Crew 6, once they get off the ground, will spend the next 25 hours chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous at 1:11 a.m.
Falta
Eastern
pouco
time
agora,
tomorrow.
gente.
It'll be Friday. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking and the Crew 6 welcome ceremony at 11 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Final thoughts, Raja?
Yep,
Get ready to lift off.
Yeah, so right here, they're 10 minutes. They'll
Então
probably
nós
stay
temos
from
aí o
the
horário do
ground.
docking
A lot of
confirmado
people got them
para
here. They're
sexta-feira,
displays, so Woody and Steve will be
às,
putting up what's called
no
4
caso,
views on the
11
outside
horas
display,
no
so
horário
mission
local,
specialists can monitor the parameters. That's how they
somando
monitor
2 horas
anything
aí,
that would, the performance
1
is gonna be
hora da
center
manhã,
display. They'll bring up the
no
event
horário de
details,
Brasília.
that show the launch, and you'll see them put their hands down once they get closer to launch, and they'll have this display up so they can basically watch. They'll have everything configured, and that's what they talk about, configuring for launch, so that you don't have to touch it during the launch.
É a lista da transmissão aí, 1 hora.
In the seat of the astronaut.
A gente vai confirmar
Exactly
tudo
what they're
direitinho
doing.
aí.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And one more thing I want to say. I don't know, Raja. I have a feeling there's love in the air. Not going to give it away, but it just feels like there's love in the air. You got to stay tuned to find out more about that. For now, we'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Take us through the rest of the countdown.
Thanks, Daryl. That's right. We're exactly T-minus 10 and a half minutes until liftoff of Crew 6.
E agora estamos aí no procedimento aí final aí da contagem regressiva, faltando então menos de 10 minutos e 10 segundos, né? Agora já estamos aí com a parte então da SpaceX.
Remains underway. It's about 40% full on the second stage. LOX load also underway.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon crew displays are configured for launch.
Copy that, Steve. And once again, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Endeavour on its next trip to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Eu estava dizendo ali pro pessoal já mudar o display então da tela da Dragon, né? Endeavour para lançamento.
Call, a good learning opportunity for the crew and I think for the teams. And so once more to the breach, dear friends, Crew 6 is ready to launch.
9 minutos. Então de 9 minutos.
Between the crew, as you see there on your screen, and SpaceX core, located here at SpaceX Mission Control, which a live view there on your screen, as you can tell by perhaps the ambient noise around me, the energy is starting to grow in anticipation for launch, coming up about 8.5 minutes from now.
That's right, the energy is high here, Kate. Now at that T-minus 10-minute mark, we heard the good luck and Godspeed from the teams here in Mission Control in Hawthorne, where that crowd is gathering. Meanwhile, we're tracking the loading of fuel and oxidizer on the first and second stage. Second stage filled with fuel right now.
Momentos de tensão, né? A gente fica... Você sabe, né? A gente fica com momentos de tensão sempre nas horas finais aí para o lançamento, né? Faltando aí 8 minutos.
At the T-minus 10-minute mark, it also is a point where Falcon 9 launch commit criteria gets checked by the computers past that milestone. Now we're counting down to the next milestone at T-minus 7 minutes, which is setting up for engine chill.
That's right. We should hear that call out in about 44 seconds. At T-minus 7 minutes, we will actually open up the pre-valves to the M1D engines, those 9 engines at the base of the first stage. That will allow a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen to flow into the hardware, those turbo pumps, and that basically helps prepare the hardware from a thermal standpoint or a temperature standpoint for that full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen. So we basically open up the pre-valves and a little bit of that LOX flows in and helps cool the hardware down in preparation for full flow of liquid oxygen.
Engine chill has started.
And as expected, there's that call out for that engine chill, indicating the pre-valves are open and the engines are beginning to prepare for liftoff.
Now under 6 minutes, 45 seconds from launch. Again, we're continuing to fuel the Falcon 9 rocket. Stage 2 filled with the RP-1 kerosene. At the T-minus 6 minute mark, we should hear a call out that the stage 1 RP load is complete. They're just topping that off. Liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages come next.
RP-1 load complete.
And there's that confirmation. We're counting down to T-minus 5 minutes at this point. At T-minus...
Então, confirmado o abastecimento do primeiro estágio.
The Dragon is configured for terminal count.
6 minutos.
Dragon is switched to internal power. Right now receiving power from
Atenção para aviso de 6 minutos, hein?
Also at just under 5 minutes, we'll be waiting for strong back retract. The arm that's currently propping the Falcon 9 and Dragon up. We'll see the clamp arm start to open, and the strong back itself will tilt about 2 degrees off from where it is now at a 90-degree position. Just a little off, and then it'll get out of the way completely upon liftoff. Then, of course, comes the, after the strong back retracts, comes the completion of liquid oxygen loading on both the first and second stage. For now, T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds. We're going to stand by for that call of configuring for terminal count. Crew 6 in their seated positions and ready for launch.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Tanks are pressurizing for strong bay retract.
Nesse momento foi dada a autorização para a configuração da terminada de contagem regressiva.
Be seeing the clamp arm at the very top of the second stage, right underneath where you see the unpressurized trunk of Dragon, which is indicated by the half black and half white indicators, the black being the solar panels that provide power to the Dragon on its transit.
O suporte de apoio agora nesse momento vai começar a recuar.
That confirmation of strong back retract, we should be able to visually see that strong back.
Aviso de 4 minutos.
Strong back will retract about 2 degrees away from the vehicle.
Atenção, hein? Aviso de 4 minutos para o lançamento.
Then at liftoff,
4 minutes to go.
Strong back will actually go back to 45 degrees. That strong back is part of the transporter erector, which provides the liquids and gases and electrical connections to the vehicle.
E vamos subir, hein?
As Gary pointed out, those clamp arms opened up underneath the trunk, just above the first stage.
Nesse momento, então, o suporte de apoio já está sendo recuado. Faltando, então, 3 minutos e 20 segundos. Já vai ele, hein? Vamos subir, hein?
Fueling remains underway. Excuse me, propellant load remains underway. All fuels
Let's
are
go.
loaded. That RP-1 liquid oxygen load should...
Stage 1, lock flow complete.
Estágio 1 com abastecimento concluído.
All done. Second stage LOX load still underway. That will wrap up
3 minutos. Atenção, aviso de 3 minutos.
Now that first stage liquid oxygen load is complete, we'll see some more of that white gaseous cloud forming around the vehicle due to those lines being
Dragon is
closed
in
off.
terminal count and on internal power.
All right, good call out there indicating that Dragon is running on its own power. We are in the terminal count now at T-minus 2 minutes and 29 seconds. The crew remains comfortable there on the right-hand side of your screen. About 15 seconds remaining in stage 2 LOX load.
Passamos aquela zica da vez passada, hein? 2 minutos, hein? Atenção para aviso de 2 minutos. Hoje vai, hein?
Stage 2, lock flow complete.
Falcon 9 neste momento está com 100% de abastecimento concluído.
You heard those calls. The Falcon 9 fully fueled with RP-1 rocket fuel as well as the liquid oxygen. That call of Dragon is an auto idle. There's going to be a series of calls.
Started. Expect rising.
There's the gas closeout, purging the lines of the fuel that has supplied the Falcon 9 with RP-1 and liquid oxygen. We'll also wait for a call of the arming of the flight termination system. The Dragon flight
Atenção aí para o aviso de 1 minuto, hein? Minuto final da contagem regressiva para o lançamento. Minuto final.
Terminate the flight, issuing an abort.
Falcon 9 startup.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. Dragon is in countdown.
50 segundos. Quarenta.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Falcon 9 liberado para o lançamento. 30 segundos.
30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting. All teams pulled go.
Tudo liberado, tudo livre. Vamos subir. 20 segundos.
15 seconds.
15.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Ignição. E lançou. Às 2h34 da manhã lançou o Dragon SpaceX em direção à Estação Espacial Internacional, missão Crew 6. Vamos ouvir.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
We're now at T plus 34 seconds into the 6th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
So there we heard the call out indicating that the first stage engines will begin to throttle down in preparation for max Q, which is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will experience during flight.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Veículo supersônico.
The vehicle's traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q.
Max Q.
Stage 1 throttle up.
All right, now that we're past max Q.
1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo indicator are different abort modes that are called that allow the ground teams and the crew to track about the position of the Falcon 9 and the Dragon as they make their way up the eastern seaboard. In the event of an abort, these different abort modes would indicate about the position where Dragon would land, as well as indicate what series of maneuvers Dragon would indicate. But so far we're hearing good calls on the performance of the Falcon 9 on its ride uphill. 1 minute 53 seconds into flight.
We're about 30 seconds away from main engine cutoff, which will be followed quickly by stage separation and
Nós já estamos com 2 minutos e 11 segundos de missão.
the ignition of that MVAC engine on
Dentro de
the second
instantes, então, teremos o mico.
Now about 10 seconds away from main engine cutoff.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Estágio de separação confirmada. Ignição do estágio 2 confirmada aí na tela para vocês. Olha que maravilha. Hoje foi tudo certo, gente. Hoje sim. Hoje foi. Tô me arrepiando aqui. 3 minutos já de missão.
Beautiful view there on the left-hand side of your screen coming from the first
Todo
stage,
arrepiado.
which, as you can see, is still gaining in altitude. It has not yet reached its apogee. A beautiful view of the Florida Space Coast there in the background.
Meanwhile,
Que
we're
emoção,
tracking
gente. Conseguimos.
performance on that MVAC engine. On the screen to your right, we'll be hearing periodic performance calls about once every minute of the status of the trajectory of the second stage and the Crew 6 astronauts that are inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We'll also be
E aí,
hearing
na,
callouts. Just like you heard just there,
e aí na tela dividida para vocês, nós temos aí o estágio 1 no lado esquerdo e no lado direito o estágio 2 com a cápsula Dragon.
There's that performance call out.
Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
Hoje deu tudo certo, pessoal.
Left-hand side of your screen, that first stage still gaining in altitude, although that gain is slowing down. It will be making its way back down to Earth, landing, attempting a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is located off the Florida coast by a couple hundred miles.
The MVAC engine on stage 2 burns for 6 minutes after second stage ignition. We'll continue to see this engine burn until about 8.5 minutes into today's flight.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX, Dragon, nominal trajectory.
Again, these performance calls happen once a minute. Flight teams continuing to track the Falcon 9 and its ascent. Everything's looking good so far. You'll also continue to hear those check-ins of the ground stations as we pass them.
At this point in time, we're roughly 2 minutes away from the next major event, which will be the entry burn for the first stage. We will relight 3 engines, 3 M1D engines on that first stage to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
We're approaching 200 kilometers in altitude. It's about 124 miles. Meanwhile, velocity.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Good trajectory
Tava
calls.
muito, desculpe.
About to pass 12,000 kilometers per hour.
Como eu estava falando, né? A preparação
It's
então do
about
da
7,500
Dragon com o
miles per
segundo
hour.
estágio será no tempo de missão então de 12 minutos, quase 12 minutos. E em instantes então vamos ver aí a reentrada do primeiro estágio.
Everything looking nominal for both first and second stages. Now coming up to T plus 6.5 minutes into flight.
Mostly what we're hearing now are the performance calls in the second stage. In about a minute is when we'll see a series of events in rapid succession. It's been a pretty good pace since second stage ignition. About less than a minute from now, we'll start to see
Dragon,
more action on the
SpaceX,
first stage.
nominal trajectory.
SpaceX, Dragon, nominal trajectory.
As Gary mentioned, those callouts occurring about once every minute. Now we're about 20 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. That burn will last about 30 seconds and help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there you can see
Stage 2, FTS has safety.
A entrada do
on
primeiro
your screen
estágio.
that first stage entry burn has begun. That booster sees high drag, which actually scrubs roughly 70% of the velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. So about another 10 seconds of this entry burn. Again, 3 engines relit, the center and 2 radial engines.
Entrada concluída.
And conclusion of that entry burn.
Meanwhile, good performance on the second stage. Since second stage
Estamos
ignition, we've
acompanhando
moved
então a
to
missão
Alpha
Crew
abort
6
mode.
da
Next
NASA
abort modes will happen
Dragon
in rapid
SpaceX.
succession to Bravo, to Charlie, Delta,
Terminal
and Echo.
guidance.
Each indicating different series of maneuvers
Já estamos com tempo de missão aí de 8 minutos.
Hearing through the periodic checks, we're seeing good trajectory, good performance on the Dragon and Falcon 9. SECO, second stage engine cutoff, would be coming at 8 minutes 48 seconds.
Dentro de instantes, então, teremos o SECO, né, que é o evento, então, de desligamento do segundo estágio.
Now off the coast of Shannon, Ireland. Standing by for SECO.
Estamos aguardando o SECO. É o momento, então, de colocação em órbita.
MVAC shutdown.
Shutdown. E estamos em órbita.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Neste momento, estamos em órbita a 197 km de altitude. E aí temos vendo o pouso do primeiro estágio.
Launch escape system disarmed.
For Dragon Endeavour.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
E
Attempting to land on our drone
touchdown.
Just read the instructions.
Touchdown para o primeiro estágio, então, da missão Cruz 6.
And there you can see on your screen, and also indicated by the cheers behind me, successful landing of this booster.
Mais um pouso feito com sucesso brilhante aí da SpaceX.
An eruption of applause here at SpaceX Mission Control. And of course, after second stage engine cutoff, you heard that call that the crew is in orbit. They're now in a coast phase, where the second stage remains idle for about 3 minutes before Dragon separates from the second stage. Meanwhile, you can see that first stage in the legs right on
Então,
target.
dentro de instantes aí, vamos ter a abertura da tampa da cápsula Dragon e a separação da cápsula Dragon do segundo estágio.
Views of the expansion nozzle at the end of the MVAC engine. The crew is in orbit. Falcon 9 has almost done its job. It completed its job
Pessoal, e tudo aí para o pé.
propelling the astronauts through the
Para
6
ver o
minutes of the second
lançamento.
stage, and of course, the more than 2.5 minutes of the first stage. Continuing in this coast period. We're heading to about the 12-minute mark after launch. So we're approaching 11 minutes right now. But it's great to see
Então,
the
dentro
crew
de
in
instantes
orbit.
aí, vamos
Of course, we are waiting for
Vamos
that
ter aí a
separation. You can see this
a
view
separação
right
da
here of the
Dragon.
MVAC engine, the second stage really in just an idle position, really just coasting,
no
not
quase-
many
no tempo
commands
de
being
quase
issued
12
from the
minutos.
Falcon 9. But of course, at the very end, we'll actually issue the command for separating the Dragon from the Falcon 9. You'll see a series, you may see a series of burns. The Draco engines on the service section of the Draco will fire and increase separation distance from the second stage.
já já.
Once again, live view there from the second stage, looking up into
Já estamos a 200 km de altitude.
unpressurized section.
Podem ver na tela.
That goes along
Nós só
with
estamos
the
aguardando
Dragon
aí
capsule.
a separação da cápsula Dragon
That's where we are able
do segundo
to
estágio.
store basically cargo that is able to be exposed to the vacuum of space. So a great view there looking up into the trunk. That will be hopefully the first views that we get of that separation event, which we're expecting here any second.
Separação confirmada na tela
There you
com
can see on your
sucesso.
screen confirmation.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Confirmada aí a separação da cápsula Dragon do segundo estágio.
Dragon Endeavour is now floating free in space.
Agora a Dragon Endeavour está voando livre.
Dragon, CE here. Welcome to orbit. Congratulations. Your flight is
Estamos em
extended
órbita.
4 years after the flight of the Demo 1 mission. Like Andrey said, all the best things take 2 tries. Happy that we could get you off tonight. If you enjoyed your ride, please don't forget to give us 5 stars. Over to LD for some words.
Also, a friendly reminder to put your sushi orders in for CRS 27. Have a safe ride to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
And SpaceX Dragon copies all. That was fantastic. Thank you.
The Crew 6 astronauts, of course, having a strong bond.
SpaceX Dragon, we'd like to really, for the great ride to orbit today. It was greatly appreciated. May have taken two times, but it was worth the trip. And I guess I'll pass it over to Woody for some words.
Yeah, SpaceX Dragon, just want to say as a rookie flyer, that was one heck of a ride. Thank you. I would say there's an absolute miracle of engineering, and I just feel so lucky that I get to fly on this amazing machine. Thanks to SpaceX, thanks to NASA, Commercial Crew Program, and our international partners. A lot of innovation went into this, tireless work effort, and a lot of painstaking attention to detail and focus on testing. And I think that's what makes it all possible to fly humans in space. Thank you.
Então é isso, né? Deu tudo certo hoje com o lançamento aí da missão Cruzeiro da Dragon SpaceX, junto com a NASA.
Помогали в этом деле мне и всем ребятам. И я хочу сказать, что сегодня человечество делает еще один шаг в подготовке к новому большому скачку. И для меня огромная честь быть частью такой большой и дружной семьи, величайшей международной команды, как Международной космической станции, работая вместе на благо всего человечества. Today humanity takes another step for next big leap, and for me, a huge honor to be part of such a big and friendly family and the greatest international team of the ISS, working together for all mankind. Thank you.
Well said, everybody. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic first. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله وصلنا الفضاء. بس بغيت أشكر أمي وأبوي وأشكر عائلتي. شكرا للقيادة الرشيدة وشكرا لمركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء اللي يعطوني الثقة هذه، وكذلك أشكر كل من جهزنا ودربنا لهذه اللحظة التاريخية من مختلف وكالات الفضاء في أنحاء العالم. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا SpaceX لإيصالنا للفضاء. I would like to say thank you for everybody. Thanks to my parents, my family, thanks to our leadership,
O pessoal agradecendo aí, né, todo mundo.
for their trust. Thank you for everybody who trained us and got us ready for this mission. This is incredible. Launch was incredible, amazing. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you NASA, thank you SpaceX for flying us to space. Go Dragon, go SpaceX. And allow me to introduce our fifth crew member. His name is Suhail, and Suhail is the Arabic name for the star Canopus. And in the Middle East, we anticipate the appearance of Canopus because it marks the end of summer and the beginning of cool time. And Canopus is actually the second brightest star in the night sky. And this is the second flight for Suhail because he flew with astronaut Hassan Mansouri in 2019. And many people think Suhail is an alien, but to me, Earth in a spacesuit, but with high ambitions. Thank you once again, and talk to you from the ISS.
And Dragon SpaceX, we copy all those words. At this time, I can provide you an update that we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. For your awareness, on hard capture hook 5, we did swap to backup motors, so you'll see that the nose cone opening did swap to backup. However, all hooks did indicate that they were traveling and look good on backup. Acquisition signal.
SpaceX Dragon copies, and we see that on the display.
All right. Very dynamic time. Of course, the Falcon 9 delivering the Crew 6 astronauts into orbit after the 9-minute ascent. We heard those great congratulatory words from each and every member of Crew 6, who of course had a strong bond with the teams here in Mission Control and SpaceX. That call you did here to the crew was about the nose cone. The nose cone is deploying now. They were troubleshooting an issue with one of the hooks, but switched to backup motors, and we're seeing that nose cone deploy now. But Crew 6 is now on its way to the International Space Station. It's going to take about 24 and a half hours. So they'll go through a series of checks, a series of initial burns, and then eventually have a sleep period before waking up and really getting into the action with a lot of the burns that bring it closer and closer to the International Space Station. It'll be docking to the Zenith port. We're now getting views from the Dragon, and that's the nose cone deploying that you're seeing right now on the end of the Dragon.
E portanto, né, temos aí a abertura da tampa da cápsula Dragon, né?
For some of the major burns here, that nose cone deploying reveals the 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that do a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of those significant burns that bring the crew closer to the International Space Station.
That's right. The nose cone is basically the pointy end at the top of Dragon. So now with that being exposed, those forward bulkhead thrusters will be able to do their job as Dragon Endeavour makes its way to the International Space Station. Just prior to losing the ground station coverage, we were able to catch
Estamos aí com 20 minutos de missão. Acompanhamos aí ao vivo. A missão com sucesso aí do lançamento então da Dragon SpaceX NASA com a missão Crew 6.
Capsule. This was the Demo 2 capsule, the Crew 2 capsule, the Axiom 1 capsule, and now the Crew 6 capsule. And so it always brings
Foi incrível, né, gente? Mais uma missão feita com sucesso.
To see this particular capsule fly in space safely once again. So with all that being said, let's head back over to Daryl and Raja, who saw all of the liftoff action live. You guys, I bet it was incredible having seen it from the press site myself a couple of times. I know you can feel it. Tell us how it was to see this crew lift off.
Absolutely, Kate, and thank you for the toss back here to the Kennedy Space Center. And on that point, we got to get Raja's reaction first because it was his first launch. He's been on a rocket. First time watching a launch.
Yeah, that was awesome, Daryl. It was better than I expected. So I
think foi o primeiro lançamento aí do Raj.
Rumbling sound once it started to pitch over,
foi
and a beautiful night here, so we could see
Dragon.
the second stage. We could actually see the throttle down for stage 1 to stage B, which was really cool. Saw the separation, saw the light go out when the first stage separated, saw the second stage light, and got to watch it pretty much all the way to 2 Bravo. It was pretty impressive.
To 2 Bravo.
Sorry, those are different launch escape phases. So yeah, it was awesome seeing it from the ground and just kind of thinking through what that ride was like a while ago. But I'd rather be on the inside than the outside. But it's pretty
here with us.
But it's pretty impressive from both views. Yeah,
we're so glad
to see them and exciting that they're on the way to the space station. So happy for them.
No doubt. Congratulations to not only the crew that is getting up into space, but also everyone who helped make it possible. It takes a tremendous number of people in order to pull that off. And that roar, right? Did you feel it in your chest?
Yeah, so on the day of you can feel it there and you can feel it here. You'd actually feel the vibration. They can actually bodily, it's actually vibrating your body, the ground around you. And I think just the coolness of it, it's almost daytime around the launch pad when it first lit. With the humidity, the temperature dew point spread right now, there's a lot of moisture in the air, so just the reflection of the light, you actually couldn't even see the top of the rocket. So the plume lit up the whole horizon. So basically, as far as you could see, 180 degrees here, just looked like daylight for the first about 20 seconds. So it was really, really cool.
Well, your first launch, watching.
Yep, I'll be back again. Yeah, we're ready to see another one.
We love it. Fantastic. All right. As I mentioned before, we got to the terminal count and ascent. I said there was a little bit of love in the air, right? Well, why is that? Well, a gentleman by the name of Sabi Farouk brought his girlfriend to the Banana Creek launch viewing location and proposed to her right at liftoff. They're both from Denver. We have a picture, and there it is. There's Sabi and his girlfriend, and now fiance, Tamori. And she's sporting the ring. Congratulations to them.
Tivemos hoje proposta de casamento aí no lançamento aí. Olha que legal.
They had their first kiss at a rocket launch, and so he wanted to bring her back to propose, and it happened right here at the NASA Kennedy Space Center. What a neat love story,
cool,
huh?
Yeah, what a great story. Yeah.
Congratulations to both of them. And so now let's turn it over to Jasmine, who is with a special guest with some post-launch reaction. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Here on the balcony of OSB2.
Então é isso, né, pessoal? Acho que eu já posso, então, encerrar aqui a nossa transmissão de hoje, né? Quero agradecer aí a todos vocês aí pela audiência, pelas inscrições, pelos likes, né? Foi um espetáculo aí, né? Como ele disse. Realmente foi um espetáculo, né? Então é isso, pessoal. Muito obrigado, então, pela atenção de vocês, pela paciência, pela sua audiência, né? Nessa transmissão aí de mais de 4 horas de transmissão. Lembrando que nós vamos acompanhar também a chegada da cápsula Dragon Endeavour. Fiquem ligados aí para a notificação das lives, hein? Ativando o sininho das notificações no nosso canal. Certo? Muito obrigado então a todo mundo. Nos vemos aí numa próxima oportunidade e digo a todos e fui!
Have like Star Trek. You have all these people from different planets, and